Gia, what's up? Who's in the house? Who's in the house?
Are we live yet?
Yeah, we good. You 19, 20 seconds in. 21, 22.
Cool. Hello, everybody.
What's
Rooney
up? What's up?
Braun. Lady Casca. Oh, she's getting her chicken set up. She's gonna can. She's fixing the can.
Oh, yeah, that's what's up. Milkmaid, what's going on with you?
I did a video for her today on canning, trying to motivate her to get in there and quit being scared and go and do it because it's easy.
Man, that's pretty interesting, man. All those little you do those little 3, 4, 7 minute videos just showing what you have canned. It's pretty amazing, man. I'm like, damn, you can can that. Damn, you can that too. Oh shit, you can can that too.
Did you see the one where I canned the milk and then I drank it in front of the camera?
Yeah.
Everybody's like, "What? You drank it?" I'm like, "Yeah, I drank it. I mean, hell, I told you can drink it. And you ain't gonna die. So I mean, hell, I got to drink it."
Right.
You know, I mean, I figured by doing those little videos, it shows that, I actually have all this stuff canned. I mean, anybody can go on there and say they got all this stuff done, but if you actually show it and use it. I just ate chicken tonight. I made stir fry with chicken I canned in 2019, March of 2019. I just made stir fry tonight with it, and it's delicious.
Nice.
Yeah, Prepper Wizard, what's going on?
What's up?
Trish Wiley.
Appalachian, what's going on?
There she is.
Mojo Man.
Mojo's
Emily
here.
L.
Emily. Who? Do stuff with Nikki. What's going on, woman?
Do stuff with Nikki.
Jess is here. Hey, Jess.
Jess, what's going on, Jess?
Waterwell guy. Well, as you guys can see, this person to my left is Prepper Tribe. It's not Backwoods tonight. He's filling in for Backwoods. Backwoods had a prior engagement.
Yes,
so
indeed.
I hope you don't mind.
Indeed. I'm just reading the chats, man.
Yeah, me too. Trying to get caught up. Do stuff with Nikki. Wow, I can't believe she's up. Usually she don't get out of bed till 2 in the morning.
I watched one of her lives the other day, man. It was pretty cool. She broke out her boyfriend, she calls it, but it's not human. It was awesome, man. I was like, hell yeah.
Oh, her bike?
Nah, it was Pew Pew.
Oh, gotcha. Trish, wow.
She didn't say. I don't want to say what it is because in the video she didn't want to say what it was, so I don't want to put it out there when she didn't put it out there. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. I feel you.
Gotta stay silent. What's up, Coral?
Jess made chicken drumsticks from canned chicken tonight. Nice. Me and you both had canned chicken tonight.
Hey, I do want to say that I appreciate y'all being over here. I know there's a lot of people going live. You got Angry out there, Native, all kinds of channels going live tonight. So we really appreciate y'all coming and hanging out with us.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't know there was going to be that many people going live tonight, or I would have maybe switched it to Tuesday or something. But it is what it is. If you can't catch it live, catch it on the replay. No big deal. Because I know I'm going to go back and watch Natives.
Well, most people got, a laptop, TV, phone. They can watch a couple at a time anyway. A lot of people be double dipping. I do.
Yeah, I know they'd be going back and forth. Everybody knows we're going to be talking out of our ass most of the time anyway.
Right. No doubt. There's some serious shit going on, though.
Yeah, it is, man. Yeah, it is. The world's full of right now. Slap down full of drama.
I seen that, Mojo, man. Angry's lives, man. He said it's his internet, but I'm starting to think that it's both the internet and YouTube messing with him, man. Because he kept like freezing up and circling, and the chat would stop, and I kept having to click off and click back on to watch him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man, it happens sometimes.
Well, yours and my internet started acting up at the same time. What, about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago? I was just getting and I'm plugged into a T6 cable. I'm not Wi-Fi.
That's what we just ordered.
And I'm buffering and everything else. I was like, what the hell? I can't get. I mean, I got the fastest internet I can get, and I'm running hardwire. I mean,
Man, last night I was blurry the entire time, and it was a great show. Like I had a whole bunch of fun, man. But I went back and Nisi said you were blurry the whole time, so I went and checked it out and watched a little bit of it and skipped through just to see if it ever cleared up. Man, I was messed up the whole time. You couldn't even hardly tell who I was.
I could tell.
Yeah.
Well, you want to get started with this thing?
Sure, man. I'm with you.
All right, everybody in the chat. The way it works, welcome to What Would Ghosts Do. The way it's going to work is I have a scenario that was emailed to me by someone that is in the chat right now, the milkmaid. She sent me a scenario, and we're gonna answer the question of what would we do in that situation. What will happen is I'm gonna read the email and get all the details out of the email for the scenario, and then I'm gonna shut my mouth and let Tribe drop some wisdom on it on what he would do if he was in that situation. Then you'll get my point of view of what I would do in that situation. Then we'll kind of bounce things back and forth. And if Milkmaid can get her internet to work and she wants to come on the panel with us, that'd be awesome. If she can't, we totally understand. She can rock and roll some questions through the chat along with everybody else in the chat, and then we'll just answer some questions, and then we'll just see what happens and go from there. How's that sound, everybody?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's have a good time, man. It's going to be a good time. You know me and you always have a good time, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way, y'all, it's his fault that I'm here. I didn't even have a YouTube channel until he made me do a channel. So if you're mad at me, you got to be mad at him, too. It's his fault.
No doubt.
Okay. Here we go. All right. This is the email. It says, hey, Ghost. So I've got a scenario for you. And in parentheses, it says hypothetically. We live in the foothills of some mountains. Our house is located about 30 miles from any largest town. The closest town has roughly 500 people and is about 10 miles away. It's pretty rural. We are denser than I'd like on my street, with houses in sight, and are almost smack dab in the middle between the ends of a shorter road. So you're right smack dab in the middle of a short road, okay? Some cops and ex-military neighbors, that's good. Even ex-intel guys, some good old boys, and a few rich transplants. The flip side of that, our tweakers live here too, and I don't trust those folks or the transplants too much. In an SHTF situation, I could see my livestock being eyed for a quick meal. There are a few other people with livestock, but not many. We sit on a foothill with woods in the back and sides and fields up front. We have a barn about 200 feet from our house, butting up against the woods at the back, but without a secure door. Our livestock count right now is 16 chickens, laying chickens, 11 sheep, a milk cow and a bull, and 5 hogs. I could conceivably fit them all in the barn at night. The garden is between the house and the barn. What kind of procedures, protections, or strategies would you put in place now? And if we hit peak SHTF, protect the sources of ongoing food these livestock represent? I've been racking my brains to figure it out logistically and logistically pre-SHTF. Hope that's enough info. If you want to ask more questions to help figure it out, let me know. I could even send pics if that would be helpful. Okay. It's her husband, and her 2 teenage kids, a boy and a girl. Her husband's very proficient with firearms, as well as her, and both their children have training in it as well. Let's see, they've got a stock of seeds and the boomsticks. She's trying to think outside the box with all this, because I thought of something probably who might come would think of it too, especially if it is people that are country like us. I figured you might see something I can't. Okay. That's a really, really interesting scenario, and it covers a lot of different quality questions and quality points. Do you need me to repeat anything, Tribe, or are you good?
No, I don't think so, man. I mean, it's a lot to cover and it's a lot to think about, and I'm no professional, but I mean, I got some ideas of what, it's going to take a lot of work. You're not going to be able to just, send a kid out there, guard that corner, send a kid out there and guard that corner, and hubby sit up on the top of the house out the window 24/7.
Yeah.
So I mean, what I would do is right now I would start building relationships with the police around there, the good old boys around there. Feel out who is really good people and who ain't, because sometimes the cops ain't good people. Sometimes the intelligence people ain't the good people. So you got to feel them out and see who they are, get to know them, and try to build some kind of relationship with them, and let them know. I think if you're sitting there with 2 kids and a husband and yourself, and if you're just going to try to keep all that stuff to yourself, I think you're going to screw yourself in the long run. So I think you might want to extend a welcoming, helping hand type situation. Like, hey, if shit hits the fan, I'd be more than willing to share, some of what we got if you make sure that, we can hang on to it instead of just keeping it as just your farm. Hey, look, if shit hits the fan, this could be our farm. And y'all could contribute to the work and everything, but you could contribute to protecting this when shit hits the fan. You know what I mean? I think that's what you would have to do, right? You would have to get some of the good people that's around you, because if you get enough of them and you find really good people, you won't be all by yourself trying to protect the damn farm when everybody's starving to death. You'll have a good team, a good mag behind you. I think that's your number one bet. What do you think?
I agree. What you have, made is a really unique situation. But for everything you look at with this situation of yours that you see a negative, there's also a positive. The main positive is you have what most people are looking for when it comes to the foundation to starting a mag. You've got the property, you've got the food sources, you've got stability, you've got woodland cover on 3 sides. You've got
trained people,
all around
to mag
you.
with.
Yeah, you're in a perfect position to sit there. It's very defensible, and you have a majority of the resources you're going to need to be able to sustain a mag, which is awesome.
Yeah.
For me, right off the gate, when I saw livestock, the first thing I'm thinking is livestock guardian dog. Actually, multiple. I would probably do at least 2, if not 3. Because you mentioned your tweakers, and here's the thing about your tweakers now. Every tweaker I ever met is petrified of dogs. I don't know why. There's something about tweakers and dogs, because usually they've been bit before because they're breaking into people's shit. So they kind of try to stay away from the dogs, especially them livestock guardian dogs ain't no joke, man. They're about the size of a small milk cow. I mean, they're pretty interesting. I would definitely do that as the first line of defense for the livestock, unless you wanted to fortify the barn and the door and go ahead and get them used to coming in at night, where you can watch them all in the barn. That's obviously an awesome option that you have right there. If you can't, I would definitely go with the livestock guardian dogs. But then again, you got, especially tweakers, if they're hungry, they might want to come hit something in the middle of the daytime. I mean, 4 or 5 guys with some sharp knives can quarter a milk cow in about 15 minutes, have it on a band, and be gone before you even knew it happened. But is something like that going to happen during the daytime? Highly unlikely, I would think. You know what I mean? That'd be something to do it at night kind of thing. But I would definitely look into the livestock guardian dogs, or go ahead and start making it a priority to get the animals trained up and used to coming in when the sun goes down, and fortify the barn door.
Yeah. Another thing you could do too is, watching TV, watching some of these things. What's them guys that go dig up that root? It's a root. It's big time. It's like, in West Virginia and Kentucky and stuff. They dig up that root that sells for a lot of money. It's
I don't know. I don't watch TV, but
that medicine root. What's a root that you dig up and it's like it'll help with penile dysfunction and all kinds of stuff, man. It's the Chinese use it a lot in their little. What the hell? Ginseng. That's right. Ginseng.
Ginseng.
So I watched that show about the ginseng, and these guys, they had crops that they wanted to protect, and they would set up systems that wouldn't hurt a person if they ran into it, but it would damn sure let them know that somebody's on the property that shouldn't be. So that's another thing I would look into, is maybe a couple books, a couple videos, educate yourself on setting up a perimeter style tripwires, lights to cut on, set up wires out in the fields around your stuff. That way, if something comes through, it rings a bell in your house, and they don't even know that they even tripped it. You can have tripwires that they don't even know they tripped, and that way
Right.
you're ahead of the game because they don't even know you're coming to protect. So I
Yeah.
mean, educate yourself, read some books on it, and read some older books from back in the days when farmers and stuff had to protect their horses or cows or plants or whatever they was growing or breeding or whatever. There's a lot of knowledge from the old timers. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. You could theoretically get you a few thousand feet of some high test fishing line and run through the woods, wrapping around trees around knee high, maybe waist high. I wouldn't try to go neck high or anything like that until
Yeah.
after the balloon goes up. But
Yeah.
because this
Yeah.
number one, it's gonna piss people off when they keep tripping and running through the woods. Number two, it can act like tanglefoot and tangle you up. But number three, it's gonna annoy them because they're gonna know that they're there. You know what I mean? And the
Yeah.
whole point of coming through the woods is trying to sneak up on you. You
And
can make the
plus
noise traps with your team.
you could kill somebody. I mean, a young kid come through on a 4-wheeler and you got it neck high, you take the damn neck off in the run. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you definitely don't want to do that until after the balloon goes up. But the
But
good thing
now
about the tweakers, yeah,
if shit hits the fan though, if it's really serious and it's time, hopefully you got your mag together. Hopefully you got some things set in place. You done read some books. You got up on your knowledge. But then it's gonna come down to where you really gotta protect that shit. Like if shit hits the fan, you're gonna have to be ready to
oh yeah,
do the dirtiest of dirties to people if they come and try to get you. I mean, it's just all there is to it.
yeah, and I can see her situation because she's got so much already with the livestock, the land, the property, the garden, the woods, the barn, the house, the kids, the husband. There's so much there, but you're blessed because you're in a very low population dense area. The tweakers, the good part is they're going to kind of weed themselves out after about 4 days, especially if they're really hard tweakers, because then they can't get what they need. Then they're going to spend a week puking and wishing they were dead. And then they're going to wake up really feeling like shit if they wake up at all because they ain't got no food. So that problem is kind of going to work itself out in the first couple of weeks once they run out of their supply. But with the neighbors that you got, the ex-police officers and ex-military guys, I would definitely look into forming a mag. Because bottom line, when the balloon goes up, a mag is going to form whether you like it or not. Neighbors are going to come together. Good people are going to come together just like the bad ones do. It's going to form.
And there's things you can do too. Like if it was me, you reach out, you start the conversation, and you're like, have you ever thought about having livestock? Well, I have 5 pigs. I could withstand having 10. If you want to get the pigs and pay for the feed and come and take care of them, and if you get in a bad spot, I'll take care of them for you. I mean, like, if you got something to do, I don't mind helping, but and then boom, they have investments.
Right.
So then you got that cop down the street. Now he's invested in your property, and I wouldn't charge him anything. You know what I mean? I would just be like, look, we can do this. We get this together. If you want to bring, and then that helps you too, because that's even more food, and you're not out buying 5 more pigs, or even a rabbit. Like you got rabbits. You could talk to the next door neighbor. Hey, look, it looks like you don't have a whole lot of land. I got a little space of land, and I can even help you build the cages. I know this guy Ghost. He taught me how to build these rabbit cages. Why don't we work together and get some rabbits? And and then next thing you know, you got 4 or 5 really good people who are actually helping you on the farm. You can call them up even when shit ain't hitting the fan and you got something to take care of. Maybe they can come over and help. And it even if shit never hits the fan, you end up better in life. Like POTB says, they add value to your life.
And that's a good point too. Plus, it's a funny coincidence because I put a video out a week ago when I got my rabbits. My neighbor, I was feeling him out. My one neighbor, and he seems like he's that guy. You know what I mean? You can just tell. when a guy's all right, it's him and his old lady, and she's pregnant. And I could just tell that his mind was kind of in the same place mine was. And then last Sunday, I was coming back from Tractor Supply, and I'm walking to my backyard in between my house and his house at the same time he is, and both of us have a 100-foot roll of hardware cloth on our shoulder. I look at him and he looks at me, and I'm like, "What are you building?" He said, "What are you building?" I said, "I asked you first." He said, I'm tired of the shit that's going on in this world. I got a baby on the way. I'm gonna grow my own meat. I've got some meat birds in the back, and I got some land biddies in the basement. So he's growing his own meat birds, and he's got some land hens for his eggs. And I said, "Huh?" He goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "Well, I'm tired of the bullshit too, and I'm going to pick me up 3 meat rabbits today. I'm gonna raise my own meat rabbits." And he goes, "Wow, that's pretty cool. I thought about doing meat rabbits." I said, "Yeah, well," I said, "I was planning on getting 3. Would you like it if I got 4?" He said, He said, "Yeah, I would." He said, "I'd probably go get a couple more chickens." I said, "Sounds like a plan." So basically, we just bartered right there.
Boom,
he's going to supply me eggs, and I'm going to supply him rabbit meat. But, and he said that he was thinking about getting rabbits. Well, instead of him having to worry about rabbits and chicken, he can just handle the chickens. I'll handle the rabbits because I wanted to get some chickens too. But I don't want 5 of every animal. I'll do the rabbits, you do the chickens, and we'll pass that shit back and forth right across the fence. You know what I mean?
And my wife taught me a little something about this too, because I'm a untrusting person so bad. But she said something to me one time. It kind of stuck with me. She was like, because some people will be like, well, what if you end up not liking these people and then you're in bed with them and stuff, and then, now you're sharing, 10 pigs and this and that and this and that. And I'm like, well, Nisi was like, well, have you ever worked at a place and you didn't quite get along or didn't quite like that person, but y'all handle business to get the job done, and you deal with it. So you might not fall in love with these people that you have to work with, but at the same time, if the benefits outweigh the the little eerie feeling that you get because you just don't like the way they look, or maybe they eat funny or something, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's not going to be easy. None of this shit is easy. That's what people don't understand. Is like this prepping shit, this mag shit, it's not easy. It's not something that just flows and it's all good times and, oh yeah, I got a mag. Like, I got best friend. I don't even have a mag. You know what I mean? Like, I don't go out and train or none of that stuff. We just been through so much in life that we ain't really too scared of a whole lot. You know what I mean? And I got a couple, friends that I can call up at the drop of a dime and boom, they're there. You know what I mean? And family.
Yeah. And that'd come in handy too with all the livestock animals. I would even consider something like almost like they did back in the old days, and they still do over in places like Iraq and Iran and stuff, is having a sheep herder out there. When you're turning your flock out, have somebody out there with them. Rotate them to the front, bring them to the back. If a human being ain't with them, then you got the dogs with them. And she did put a comment in the chat that said they have 3 livestock guardian dogs. 2 of them are mixed, one of them's full breed. So she's got that part covered. But, other than that, because here's the thing, when the balloon goes up, the internet ain't going to be working. So the kids ain't going to be wanting to stay inside playing video games because they know I'm going to be working. So that there's not going to be a whole lot of things to occupy their time inside. Remember when we grew up, Tribe, you didn't bring your ass to the house till the street lights come on.
I didn't come in then.
Yeah, raining, snowing, sleeting, get your ass in the yard. We stayed in the yard.
You would have frostbite before you come in the house. You know what I mean? You would be starving and still wouldn't come in the house. I never came in the house. You couldn't get me in the house. As soon as I got up, I'm out that door.
Sucking water out of an old green garden hose and living life,
Hell yeah.
And here's the thing. If in an SHTF situation, there's going to be a lot of things going on in the yard. Here's the thing. You can either be a target or you don't want to be low hanging fruit. Okay. You know what I'm saying? You want to be that apple up in the very tip top of the tree.
I've heard you say that before, man. That's a good analogy.
Yeah. You don't want to be the low hanging fruit. They just walk through and pluck it. You know what I mean? So, if you've got a farm and you've got the animals, you've got to make a presence known. You've got to make a posture. You've got to go ahead and posture in a defensive position or a confident position to where you're out and about, you're in your yard. They see there's movement. There's no weak spot. This thing's moving. It's alive. There's no good time to just hop the fence and try to get something during the middle of the daytime. Here's the thing. At nighttime, I promise you, tweakers ain't got night vision goggles. Okay. So you ain't going to really worry about them making a whole lot of moves at night. But the good part is if you mag up with the police officers and the stuff like that in your neighborhood, if you don't have night vision capabilities, there's camera systems right now that are on sale online. I think you can even get them at Walmart. They're battery operated. The cameras are battery operated and the receivers operated. It can even work on your cell phone, which even if the grid goes down, if your cell phone still works, you can still get the signal from the cameras. It's like the trail cameras people hang on trees. They're battery operated, but they also have motion detection. So if something walks by it, it's got a night vision camera on it, so you can see it bright at night. I'd wire my perimeter with that stuff, especially in the avenues of likely approach. The pathways through the woods. Because human beings are stupid. Human beings are absolute idiots. They will walk down a path instead of just walking through the woods, and that's where you get it. But you've got all the makings to have a secure area. I do the show of force, man. I'd either train my animals to graze in shifts, or just bring them in at night, which is obviously the safest way to do it would be to bring them in a barn and lock them up at night. They're in an enclosed barn with 3 guardian dogs. Ain't nobody coming in that barn. You ain't even coming in that barn unless you unless you let them know you come in.
I tell you, man. I rented a garage. This is when I was younger. Me and a girlfriend of mine, we rented a garage apartment that was connected to a farmhouse, and these people had border collies, and they bred them and they sold border collies, but they had a few that ran their front. They had llamas, pigs, horses, all kinds of shit. Well, one time they left for the weekend, and I come outside, and the horse gate was open, and the horses were out of the gate. All of a sudden, these dogs, I think they had 4 grown dogs that just stayed outside, but border collies are super smart. I even ended up buying one and had one myself. I named her Lexi. But anyway, these dogs by themselves, no humans telling them nothing. I sat there and watched it. They come booking around the corner, started barking at the horses, and led them back into the gate. Now, I went over and shut the gate, you know what I mean? But still, them dogs, man, dogs are amazing.
Oh, yeah. Prepper Wizard said she needs an attack llama. Couldn't mess with a llama. Them things can do some damage. For real.
I just got to answer a text real quick. It take 2 seconds. Yeah.
But Milkmaid, I tell you what, out of all the scenarios that I've got from several different people, your situation is by far head and shoulders above most other people's situations in this world right now. Being that the area you live in, the potential for quality neighbors and mag members that live right around you with experience in dealing with, you talking about ex-cops, hell, they got experience dealing with tweakers. They know what's going on. You've got land, you've got a garden, you've got protein sources, you've got, the only thing I hear you mention was water, but I can take a wild guess and say maybe you got a well. If you're out there in the middle of nowhere. If you don't, setting up a rainwater catchment system is really quick and really easy. I'm actually doing that's what my show is going to be on Friday for Prep Rally. Is going to be rainwater collection, stuff like that. But it sounds like, if I had to pick a place to be right now and I knew the balloon was going up tomorrow, I'd probably want to come to your place, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'll watch cows. I ain't got no problem. I'll watch cows all day long.
Hell yeah. And just the people around her that she said, the police, the intelligence officers, the good old boys. Good old boys is just as good as having an army if you got the right ones, you know what I mean?
Especially if you're the one feeding them.
Yeah.
If you're the one with the keys to the cafeteria, you make the rules. Food is very, 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 very important. A lot of people don't realize that, and it's gonna come back to bite them in the ass. For real.
Yeah, just be careful that when you do, you got to be real careful when you're dealing with human beings. Don't be too open and welcoming. No matter how, if you end up being best friends and you completely trust somebody, that's different. But when you're building this mag and stuff, don't just be completely open. Don't let them run through your house and,
Oh
take your
yeah,
time with them. Really feel them out. Take your time. You got time.
yeah.
Hopefully the shit ain't gonna break out tomorrow. So be very and stick to your guns. Like don't you got to be very confident. You got to stand, you got to stand tall and say what you mean, and they'll respect it. People will respect confidence and somebody sticking by the,
And
you
and,
gotta.
and and throughout history, anytime there's been a traumatic, devastating time period, if you think about what I'm fixing to say, you can look back on it, and you can even look back on TV shows, and it follows this same model. Anytime through history, when the world seemed like it was going to end, and there was a traumatic situation, whether it was a tsunami, an earthquake, whether it was the Hurricane Katrina, the whole 9 yards, people come together in groups, and good people tend to group together and bad people tend to group together. They weed each other out. For some reason, a piece of shit is not going to want to group up with a whole bunch of good people. Number one, he ain't going to fit in, and he's going like he's on Mars. He's going to want to group up with other pieces of shit that are used to robbing and stealing and taking other people's stuff. So they're going to
Yeah.
group up. So the mags are going to form whether you want them to form or not. And people come together to help other people, especially in a
Oh
disaster.
yeah.
You got about 72 hours and everybody's about helping their neighbor and doing the right thing, because the news crews are going to be here soon. The cops are going to show up, the EMTs, to come put everything back in order, and they don't want to be caught on the short end. But after about 72 hours, then everybody starts looking around, wondering what the hell's going on. Then it's going to get kind of stupid. It could be, and that's where the good people grouping together, it just kind of it's going to take on a mind of its own. It's going to happen whether you want it to or not. If you got assholes in your neighborhood, you're going to know who they are, because they're going to be in little groups. They're going to try to be tough, and they're going to try to show out, and it's all talk.
Yeah,
Unless
you gotta feel people out. You gotta feel them out. See what their mindset is. I mean, if you're trying to build a mag, as far as homesteading and prepping and farming and stuff like that, you want to keep those like-minded people around you. You don't want to grab the dude that don't give two shits about tomorrow and stuff like that. Like, you want talk to them and really get to know them, and you'll see their true colors. And because they might be prepping too, they might be thinking the same thing, just like you said about that dude you ran into. Y'all was doing the same thing, just with different animals. Like,
yeah.
you find a like-minded dude and boom, there you go. Then you find another one, and then you got 3 or 4 people that are checking the next person out. Then you got 5 or 6 people checking the next person out, and then boom, you build it and take a little time with it.
You got, a couple of your neighbors, you said in your email, a couple of them had some livestock, not many, not much. It could be a situation where the balloon goes up where you guys really think you need to mag up, and, you're trying to watch your stuff. He's trying to watch his stuff. Well, it makes a whole lot of sense to have him, come over and have a slump party. Y'all just load up one day, bring his animals up to your property. And now you've got twice the manpower watching the same area. It's just way easier. I can watch 5 cows just like I can watch 15 if they're on the same, if they're all in the same pasture. Now he's safer, his family's safer. And then where you get the bonus is if you're bringing them into your home, onto your property, say it's a man, woman, and his 2 kids, and they're below the ages of 10, or maybe his wife's even pregnant. Come on inside, make yourself comfortable. Now you got a babysitter watching the kids. He ain't going to go anything sideways on you because you're taking care of his wife and kids in your house. He's going to feel part of it. You if you can bring security to somebody's life in a time of distress or trauma, you already won. I mean, you talking about hearts and minds, please. He wasn't feeling safe at home. You brought him into your home. You're taking care of him and his wife and kids, giving him a safe place. And you're a tribe now, and you're working to keep each other safe. You're good. The chances of him doing something sideways are like 1 in a million, because he's got to go sideways and he's got to evac his wife and kids at the same time. Ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, and also train, and make it. You can make that shit fun. Send your kids out to the end of the road after you set up, your sound traps and stuff like that, and say, okay, I want you to try to get to the house without me, without sounding an alarm, without anything.
Yeah, make a game out of it.
Yeah, make a game out of it, and get your mag involved. Train like Backwoods is always doing, man. I mean, you can do all the stuff in the world, but I mean, I could buy 1,000 fishing rods, but if I never went fishing, I wouldn't know what the hell to do with them. Like you can do all this stuff, but you got to train. You got to put the work in.
And if
Plain
you
and
got,
simple.
and if you got, livestock, the chances are good. I'm gonna just take a wild guess and say that you've got electric fencing material there. You probably already got it around some of your fences. It wouldn't take nothing to wrap that around that fence in the front yard. You know what I mean? Especially if it's
Yeah.
running on solar, then you got to zap 24/7. And here's another idea too that just popped into my head, especially with fishing line. I mean, because fishing line's good for a lot of things. Number one, it's hard to see. Number two,
Yeah.
you can pull it taut. It ain't like a rope. It can cover a huge distance without sag and stay taut. You could run lines in different directions and run them all to the house and keep them good and taut. So when somebody hits that trip line, it don't make a noise out there, but it makes a noise in your house, and you could have a
Yeah, that's
different
what I was
signal.
saying.
You have a different signal. Well, it's on the left side. It's on the right side. One
Yeah.
bell's on the right side,
Yeah.
two bells on the left side. And you can have an alarm system in your house that tells you the direction of travel that somebody's coming in, without any electricity whatsoever, just with fishing line.
Yeah, and you can get fish, and you can get these things pretty cheap, and you can build the little, the sound alarms and all that stuff. You can build that stuff yourself pretty damn cheap. I mean, you can get it at yard sales, flea market. You can get tons of fishing line, cheap stuff, dollar a roll, and it'll be 1,000 yards, 2,000 yards for $1. I mean, it goes a long way.
Yeah. She just said that she's got electric grid and solar. So yours,
Oh, nice,
yeah,
nice.
work
She's
it
ahead
up.
of the game already anyway.
I'm serious. I'm ready. I'm about ready to move. I'm ready to pack up my stuff and go.
I swear.
She's got like 4 Ticonderoga going on.
Mm-hmm.
I should have just emailed you with a scenario.
Right. No doubt.
You should, hey, Milkmaid, you should have just emailed me and said, Ghost, this, never mind. I don't need your damn help. I'm good. That's what, yeah. Here's my scenario, Ghost. I'm good. All right.
Right.
Good to hear.
Right. Has she ever reached out and talked to the other people that do have animals and stuff to see if they have anything set in place? That's a good way to learn too.
Yeah.
Reach out to them, be like, hey, how do you keep the riffraff away? Or, how do you secure your place? They might have some ideas. I've never had a farm. So these are just ideas that, it just pops up, thinking about, reality shows of surviving and
Yeah.
farming and all that stuff I watch, and, stuff that I've heard from my uncles and stuff, old stories, because, they were raised on a farm and stuff. So.
And you could broach that conversation now with the way things are going on in the world without setting off any alarms, saying that you're a prepper and you left your aluminum foil hat at home. Because now with the food shortage, the way it's going on and the supply chain interruption, you could broach the subject by like, hey, what are your thoughts on this whole, what happens if we can't get meat no more? What are you going to do to protect? Have you ever thought how you're going to, protect your stuff? And that's a good way that you can broach the conversation without saying too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and right now is because before this whole thing popped off last year, a lot of people didn't even want to say they were preppers at all. Like they didn't even want to bring up the conversation. They felt weird. They felt like people were gonna look at them different and stuff like that. Like now,
Yeah.
people are talking about this shit everywhere. People are talking about the food shortages. They're talking about war to come. They're talking about all this crap. So it's very easy to spark up a conversation about what's going on in the world because everybody's watching.
Yeah. Usually, I mean, if you're the quiet one, somebody's going to spark it up with you nowadays, or try to at least.
Yep. Yep. Most definitely.
But as far as your situation, Milkmaid, your situation on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the worst, you're like a 2. You're leaps and bounds ahead of the rest of us, for real.
Yeah, you're ahead of the game for sure.
Definitely. I mean,
Which
you got all
awesome.
you got. Like your only concern right now is security. Like legit. That's the rest of us worry about security and getting the water and make sure we got the protein and getting the garden going and this and that and the other. You already got it all. I mean, all you got all you worrying about right now is security.
Yeah, my cows and chickens are mountain house. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. Yeah,
At least I ain't got to feed them.
That's true. That's true.
Lightweight. They jump in the car real quick.
So I see you in the chat, Milkmaid. What do you think about the our comeback to your scenario? You got any questions for us?
Hop on up in here. Shoot. Hop on up in here, Milkmaid. You got a signal?
She keeps dropping in and out.
Oh, damn.
She has to try like 3 times to get a comment up here.
She's super cool, man. You probably seen it, but we were on, as long as it's the same Milkmaid, but we were on, what? Damn it. It's done slipped my mind. Property. Dusty Data.
Yo, she was one of my first subscribers, man.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That's cool.
I think I actually got it from your show.
She's super cool, man.
Mm-hmm. No questions from Milkmaid. Anybody else got any questions out there they want to throw up here? There's like 50 of you in the chat, so I know somebody's got something to say. It's hard to ask a question.
High. What's up, man? What's up with you? Staying high? Good to see you, man.
Virginia Roots, Ginger Ninja. Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
Yeah, she said she can't even get her comments to go through.
Man, your channel, man, it's like it fast, man. I'm like, holy shit, Ghost ain't messing around, man. I told you though, I could tell all that knowledge you had, all that shit you was spitting when we first met, man. I was like, holy shit, if he don't get this shit out there for the people, I mean, I can't imagine how many people you help, man. I mean, you help me. I watch your shit like crazy. You know I do. I leave comments all the time. I'm like, Ghost, you're going to have to deal with my comments, man. I'm backing you up. Comments are good. Comments are good. You know
I like the comments. I try to respond to everybody. Every time I get a comment, they at least get a thumbs up. I passed out a couple of thumbs down to a couple of assholes, but, it's just, I got to be fair. I got to give them something. They took the time to say some dumb shit. I got to give them a finger.
Right.
I mean, I know everybody ain't going to agree, but it is what it is.
Yeah. I try to, too. But YouTube, I was telling you backstage, man, YouTube kind of messed me up because yesterday they posted in the YouTube studio. All of a sudden, there was this huge list going back months. I mean, to people I talk to a lot, too, like Native commented. And a bunch of other people commented, and we didn't even know these. We never got notifications for these. They never showed up in the comments under the videos. It was like a shit ton of comments that like YouTube was holding back from me, and then all of a sudden it was like 100 of them, man. And we could tell that we didn't see them because there was no heart, there was no reply. And anybody that comments to me, man, if they can take the time to say something to me, I'm gonna take the time to reply and at least read it, throw a heart on there so I seen it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's what we do, man. That's why we're here. That's why this community is so strong, because we don't just make a video because you're trying to make money off YouTube or something. Like we're in this. This is a community to us. That's why it's so damn good. It's probably the best community on YouTube.
For real. Jeff Riffle, how many freedom seeds should I have? Jeff, you should have as many seeds for any type of garden you plan to grow.
Yes, indeed.
Any type of garden you plan on growing, have some extra seeds. Gary, do you recommend salting meats? Absolutely. If you don't have salt, get it. Salt them, especially if you got livestock. You need to salt your meat. Unless you got a backup power option to keep the stuff cold, I would definitely look into salting your own meat.
That's what my grandfather. That's what my grandfather used to do. They'd have it sitting right on the front porch, all salted down. Now, I'd never seen this, but my uncles had told me story after story after story. Another thing that nobody talks about really is like making your own beer and stuff like that. Because my grandfather, he had 8 kids and they all grew up on the farm. But he would work on the farm all week long, and then on the weekends, him and his brothers and the real close people that work with him on the farm, they would sit there all weekend long and make beer. So they would have beer for the whole week. And it would be hot beer. Like they would save all their bottles and put the beer in the bottles, but they never went out and bought beer. Like they made their beer on the weekends and played cards while they were brewing it up and doing all that. You might want to learn how to do it. It wouldn't be bad to learn how to even make, liquor and moonshine and stuff, because that stuff is medicine when shit hits the fan.
Also, a really good barter option,
man.
too.
Yeah.
You can use fishing line to stitch a wound too. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yep.
What's
Also,
up, Heather?
duct tape works real good. And also, a tube of Gorilla Glue, or not Gorilla Glue, but Super Glue. I've got I scar on my old arm here from a knife fight, and all it was super glue and duct tape, and it worked just fine.
Yeah. I used to throw masking tape. It was pad tape, you know, because I'm a carpet layer. You got to have tape to pad together. But man, that stuff was like medicine. I would put a piece of pad tape on there, it would like heal overnight. I don't know what's in that shit, but masking tape, man, it's awesome. That yellowish, paperish tape.
Yeah,
Man,
I know
that stuff's
exactly what you're talking
awesome,
about.
man.
Here's one from the Milkmaid. What about someone you bring in that goes bad? They're gone. They leave.
Yeah.
If it's before the balloon goes up, they can leave in the nicest way possible. If it's afterwards, you got to do what you got to do. But here's the thing: even if they're a weak link after the balloon goes up, and their only hold on being able to breathe, eat, and drink water tomorrow is you, it's going to root out a whole lot of the sideways stuff. But when you say that goes bad, I mean, did they just have a shitty attitude, or are they dangerous? Because that's two separate answers right there. If they got a shitty attitude, you can work it out. If they're dangerous, you can work it out too. But you know, it may require you planting an extra row in the garden. It is what it is.
Yeah. What's up, Pilgrim? What's going on with you?
Especially if you're rationing, she says. Yeah, if you got a weak link and you're already rationing, he needs to step his game up, or he needs to be the one that's going out and scab food. You know, he needs to pull your weight. You know what I mean?
But you got to remember too, you got a mag. So if one person goes bad, it ain't gonna be just you dealing with it. Hopefully, hopefully it didn't get so bad to where you end up by yourself again. But you're gonna have a bunch of people to deal with it, and it's gonna depend on how bad it is. Like I just can't see. I mean, somebody might lose their mind because they get so stressed out and stuff. But if you got a mag, one person is not going to try to buck on the whole mag. They should have enough brains to know that they're not going to be able to pull that off. So
he's going to keep that low key. All right, prepping outside the box says Tribe.
PMOTB
says, a member of my group makes his own beer. We're going to need that recipe there, Box.
Yes, sir.
Definitely going to need that recipe. Yeah, and the good thing is if you got hogs and you got to put somebody down, that's hog feed right there. No evidence. It's kind of like the turtle. It's kind of like the turtles in the swamp. They take care of everything.
Yeah, you got to watch them hog farmers. You got to watch out for them hog farmers.
Sure. If you got really fat hogs after the balloon goes up, your neighborhood got smaller.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
If the hogs is fat and everybody else is skinny, somebody's doing a little bit of weed control. Hey, Lake Fairy, how you doing? Boiled honey for a bullet wound. Yeah, honey for just about real honey for a whole lot of different things.
I always call Lake by her name. I'm like I talked to her back in the days, and we talked about names of channels and how you shouldn't have your name on there. And then boom, every time I see her, I'm like, hey, and I say her name and shit, and I'm like, damn it.
Yeah, Milkmaid, definitely keep the mean pigs. They could come in handy. For real. Sugar water and yeast is the simplest way to make beer and wine. Learn from there. Way to tease me there, cat without a hat. But I mean, honestly, when the balloon goes up, the last thing I'm gonna be worried about is getting my buzz on. And unless I'm in like a really secure area. I might be making it to barter with, but I'm gonna want to keep all my faculties.
Yeah.
And just for y'all to think I'm lying, I'm drinking Pepsi. It sure is Pepsi. It ain't a beer. It's Pepsi.
I'm drinking the no sugar, no calories, no carbs.
Look at you being less.
Too bad though.
Look at you being less white.
What's that all about?
Yeah, there you go. Check this out.
I better not show Jess that. Jess about to go off on me. What the hell are you drinking Coke for? You can't drink that stuff when you're on keto, damn it. You gotta
Gotta
watch the
watch the
weed
weed
smoking and
smoking and
edibles.
edibles. Because that
Oh,
will
here
cause you to
comes
go
the
through your food 3 times as fast. Yeah, the Doritos
no
and Mountain
doubt.
Dew are gone. The Doritos are gone. Want a quick wine? Add yeast to your favorite juice. 30 days later, you got some sweet wine. All right, I got yeast and I got some grape juice. I'm gonna try that out. Let me see if I
That's
can't
what's
get
up,
all
Heather.
Game of Thrones here. Go ahead and start making my own wine. Oh shit! What happened? It's hard to keep up with this chat.
I gotta do another Mr. Liberal for Mojo, man. Man, that shit wasn't easy, man.
It was hilarious though. That was funny as shit.
I didn't know what to say, man. I didn't know how to. But me and the wife were talking right before I did it. I was like, well, no matter how bad it is, it will only make that look that much worse anyway, and that's what we're doing anyway, is trying to make that look bad. So
that's for you.
So I ran with it.
That one's for you, Tribe.
Oh Lord. Milkmaid.
Tribe is so woke.
Yeah, I don't understand that though, man. What happened to that? Because there was a time when, waking up and
it was good.
Stuff,
it was a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they turned it on us. The people that were really when we said it wasn't about this other crap. It was just about, don't be falling for the media shit. Don't be wake the hell up.
Yeah, now it's that cancel culture. They canceled the dictionary. They redefined everything.
Yeah, man. Yep. It's crazy.
My grandfather always had a crock pot. What's this? My grandfather always had a crock pot with hot beer on his back porch with cups hung on the edges, and kids and grown-ups could have drinks anytime we went by the porch.
I do got a question for you, Ghost.
Yeah.
There's a thrift shop right up the street from me. And we went by there this past weekend, and they had two pressure cookers, and one of the pressure cookers was this real thick, and it had like 6 turn knobs where you would lock down the lid.
That's all American. That's all American. You need to go get that.
It was they wanted $130 for it, and that's used. It's old, like it's an old one.
Still worth it as long as it's one piece cast iron. If it's metal on metal and no gasket, like the newer ones. I mean, because mine's only 2 years. Mine's only 2 years old, but it looks old because I used the shit out of it. But it's like one piece aluminum.
I would say this thing's probably 50 years old or something.
I think I paid like $2.25 for mine like 2 years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're going for now.
I'm gonna tell Nisi real.
Yeah, if it's all American.
It was stained up, like it looked like rust, but I don't think it could rust. I don't think
aluminum.
It was the type of.
Yeah, it's aluminum. It ain't no rust.
Man, it looked like it was
it's like that thick.
Yeah, and it looked like the damn it, what the hell is it called, man? I never know the names of stuff.
Hang on.
The cast iron pans and stuff, huh? Dutch ovens and shit. Yeah, it looked like that kind of material.
It looked like
that's the noise it would make. Yep, that's it. Yep, one of those, but it was real old. Well, shit, we might have to get that bad.
Yeah,
we might be able to talk them down like $100, maybe even 80 if we get in there. I'll hustle them a little bit and talk them down.
People are fighting over those things. They're hard to find right now. I'm glad I got mine when I did. I mean, you can still. Wow.
They had 2 plus a mini one. It was like a smaller, real small one. It looked like it would probably hold 3 jars. And they only wanted $12 for that one. But I got a real good one. I got one that's still in the box, never even used it. But man, I might go back up there and check that out.
I know Presto makes a good one, and Walmart sells them right now for I think $80. Brand
Mine
new.
was like 100. Mine's huge.
Because I sent Native a text yesterday when I was at the store Walmart just got a shipment in of their mason jars. And I know Native was looking for some, so I hit him up with an email. I'm like, dude, it's packed right now. There's like 60, 70 cases of mason jars in there. So I got me a couple more. Nice. They had a bunch of pressure cookers. Now, they had a lot of the half pints and no pints. They had a whole bunch of quarts and a whole bunch of little half pint, little itty bit that don't, I mean, I don't even know what I want to put in there. A pickle, like one pickle? No.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could use it for jelly and stuff, but why would you
I got the off-brand pints, but a couple people left messages in my comments, and they were like, "Man, you can't trust those jars. I've had them explode on me and stuff like that." So like now I'm like, "Damn, man."
But the one thing people mess up when they start canning is like once you start canning, you can't use any kind of metal utensils inside that jar. Like even when it's dirty and you wash it, you can't just put it in the sink with forks and knives and stuff because it'll make minute scratches on the inside. And when you put it
this dude said that he been canning for over 30 years, and he said that's like the name brand that I had. He said that's the only brand that he ever had actually explode in the pressure cooker.
Well, I had one of mine pop in the cooker, and it was because it was scratched on the inside. I'm pretty sure because it was washed in the sink with silverware. But I've only lost one, and I use all ball.
So you're saying that silverware can't touch them ever?
Yeah, I don't use no metal can ever touch them jars. Like when you're putting food in, when you're taking food out, you should have wooden spoons or spatulas or something. No, and then when they're dirty, I sit them on the edge of the sink, and I'll go fill them up with like a little dishwashing soap and some water, and I'll let them sit for a little while, and then I wash them with a sponge. No, only a sponge. Wash them out real good and clean them and set them to the side. I don't put them with any silverware, anything metal that can scratch it. Because that heat process, when it goes from cold to getting really, really hot, it's a weak point and it'll make it explode.
Ah, got you.
What else we got here?
How many people we got in here with us, man? I know there's a lot of competition out there tonight.
It's down to 39. It was up to like 48 while ago.
Hey, that ain't bad, man. For everybody that's going live, I was thinking you were going to say like 21, 22 people.
There's a lot of people live right now.
Pretty cool. Appreciate y'all being here. I'm glad y'all are chilling with us.
Definitely. We got good luck, bro. Enjoy the fun to make your own stuff.
So what you doing, Ghost? You got your Wednesday shows, and now you're gonna do Fridays and Saturdays?
Well, yeah. What happened was because Backwoods and I are both trying to get the watch hours up and get, I mean, we're rolling out. He's still, he's ahead of me quite a bit as far as subs go, but we're trying to get it rolling. And he was talking about doing a show and I was talking about doing a show, and I'm like, dude, why don't we? And I had him on here with me last Wednesday because the person whose scenario we were doing, she specifically requested, she wanted my input and his input. So I invited him on and it blew up. It did real good. Everybody loved it. And I'm like, damn, dude, let's do a show together. I said, but instead of just doing like a show together on my channel and me getting all the watch hours and stuff, I said that to me, that just ain't fair. So why don't we have a show twice a week? We'll do Friday night and Saturday night back to back. Friday on my channel, Saturday on your channel, and we'll pick two separate topics. I'll co-host with you and you co-host with me. That way, I'm getting exposure to your subs, and then you're getting exposure to my subs. And we started it last weekend, and dude, I got like, I want to say from the show I did with him, I think last Friday and Saturday, our crossover shows, I want to say I got about 100 subs out of that. I don't know how many he got.
Nice.
I think I got about 100 subs out of that.
Nice.
And I was like, because he's got a lot of people that never heard of me, and I got a lot of people that have never heard of him. Which was kind of cool. It was like a complete crossover because he's coming over. A lot of his subs are, coming across from the Patriot thing. You know what I mean? Not a lot of whole hardcore preppers. So it was kind of cool to get that extra exposure and the whole crossover thing. So yeah. So Friday at 10 o'clock, Saturday at 10 o'clock. Friday on my channel, Saturday on his, and then what would Ghost do is Wednesdays at 10. But if Wednesdays are going to be this packed up, I think I might shift it to Tuesday next week or something, because Tuesday's one of the slower of the nights. I mean, hell, the only reason we chose Wednesdays is because we were going on after Prep Outside the Box, and because Native was shutting down the or at least that's the impression that Backwoods got, was that he was shutting down the Constitution thing on Wednesdays. And we were like, there's a spot. But I mean, I don't mind. It doesn't hurt my feelings that there's a whole bunch of other people live, because the people that want to watch my stuff are going to watch it on the replay anyway. but it's kind of cool to look down at the numbers and see triple digits, when you're going live. That's kind of cool. But, it is.
Yeah.
But I don't want to take away from other people. I don't want to be online with, 15 different channels at the same time.
Man, you don't have no other choice. It is what it is. We're all going live. We're all trying to, have our fun and do our thing. And, it is what it is. And right now, y'all got to hustle. And I'll say this to the chat, too. From what I've heard and seen, I think YouTube might change some stuff up in June and July. So if you're building a channel and you're working towards monetization, or you're working towards, that 1,000 subs to get a community page and be able to go live with your phone whenever you want to, really push really hard right now for at least the next couple months, because they might change stuff up and make it a lot harder for channels to actually do the damn thing. You know what I mean?
That figures. Well, I've got 750 subs. I've got like 1,300 watch hours. So,
just keep pushing, brother. Keep pushing.
I keep pushing like this. I think within 30 to 45 days, I should be real close. If it keeps growing like it is, that is, and I keep putting the content out.
Yeah. Well, you got a lot of people who support you too, man. I mean, I throw your stuff on there and let it run at night, and I know a lot of other people do too. I seen Prepping Plumber. He let your shit roll for like a week.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, man. You help somebody will help you, and then boom, you bounce back and forth, and because it really is good, man. This community, I mean, we get a lot of slack from YouTube and stuff like that, but I have never witnessed such a movement that I've seen in the past 6 months with this prepping community, man. I mean, there's some really, really good people, and there's tons of them. I didn't know, people from all over the place, man, and everybody. I mean, where can you get this many people together? And it seems like everybody gets along most of the time. I mean, you're getting your little spats here and there, but most of we are all decent people that get along. We deal with different people's, personalities and stuff. My lives are a little different from your lives. Your lives are a little different from Angry's lives. Angry's lives are a little different from, whoever else. But we all work it out, man, and we don't beef. There's a little bit of beef here and there, but it's nothing serious that like destroys the community and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like this is so strong, man. It's really awesome to be a part of it.
Yeah, it is. Milkmaid said that's a great deal, and then Bullfrog said he bought his All-American just like mine, All-American 921. He paid $230 for it. I think I paid $225 for mine.
I wish I would have took a picture, man. But it's
as
the
long
same
as it
thing
ain't
you
warped.
just showed me, pretty much.
Yeah, as long as it ain't warped or ain't got no foreseeable damage on it. Honestly, if I was gonna buy it, I'd have them put it on the stove, and while you're standing there and bring up the pressure and make sure it works. In this,
well, it's in a thrift shop, so they ain't got no stove up in there. But I think I can work. What I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do is when I get back up there, well, I'm gonna take a picture of it and send it to you.
Okay.
And be like, check, and I'll take detailed pictures inside, out, underneath, and I'll show you, like the sides from a good view, so you can see the bottom to see if it's flat enough, and I'll let you know what name brand it is. It's probably just one. It's old, man, but.
Yeah,
I might even do that tomorrow. So if your phone, I know sometimes you sleep during the day because you work all night on the YouTube stuff and on all your gardening stuff. I know you do a lot of night stuff. So if I hit you up, man, just don't pay attention. Don't think you got to wake up for me, man. I can wait. You know what I mean?
I don't mind. I just do random naps, man. It's all good. It's all good. Sometimes up at night. Sometimes I sleep all day. Sometimes I sleep all night. It's like last night I crashed after I went to y'all's show and I passed out in the middle of it, and then I slept all night.
What's up, Bullfrog? What's going on with you?
Gardner Josh, I'm trading your eggs for jars. I wish you lived close to me. I'd get me some eggs because I got Sam jars.
See, I'm missing people, man. I didn't see Gardner Josh. Cashew up in the joint. Reese's, what's up? Reese's. Hey, is she still working on your stuff, or are you good to go, man? Did you get your stuff ordered? I
just
hit her
about
up,
got
man,
it.
because
We just about got it dialed in.
I hit her up. I was like, Reese, help me out, please, please, when you get a chance. I mean, I don't want to interrupt her from anything she's already doing because I know she's got some stuff on her plate already. But I was like, I just need a couple of car decals made because she does good work, man. It's off the chain.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I got lucky when I first got into Canon. Well, actually, not first got into Canon, but last year, year before last, every time I went to Walmart, I just grabbed 6 packs of the lids and 2 cases of jars every week, every week. So when everything shut down last year, this time I had jars coming out of my ass. I'm like, shit, I'm good. And everybody's freaking out. I'm
Yeah.
like, I could have been able to have actually sold a few cases and would have been fine. But you know, I got lucky on that deal. I just had a feeling. I'm like, to this day, even right now, when I see them, I get them. Anybody out there, if you're thinking about canning, don't wait to get your jars after you get your canner. Go ahead and start getting your jars now. Get them a couple at a time because they're
Whenever
still
you
hard to
find them.
find. Yeah, they're still hard to find. They're out
Yeah.
there now, but they're hard to find.
If you can find the pints, pick them up. Pick them up.
Yeah, if that's
Ain't
all
it
you
the
can get,
pints?
then get it.
It's the the ones you would drink iced tea out of and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, them bigger ones, but not
That's
huge,
quart.
but
Yeah,
bigger ones.
yeah, the quarts. Yeah, if you can get
I
quarts,
tell you what,
pints.
man. In all honesty, this past month, I've been completely concentrating on. I'm not going to talk about it a whole lot, man. But you know, I build my own fishing rigs and make my own. I don't build the hooks, but I make my own hooks. You know, the line coming from them with the spinners and the beads on them and all that stuff. Well, there's a couple certain items that I use that you know I can't live without, and they're really hard to get a hold of. And I ran into some, and then I found out that some of the ones that I'm using now, it's this new product. Really, I've just been able to get it this year, but with the whole pandemic that happened and stuff, they're over in the UK, and they're not able. It's not cost effective for them to keep going with all the different colors and stuff like that. So he's only got it up for like another month and a half, and then he won't have them anymore. So like all my extra dollars that I can spend, you set aside money that you can play with a little bit.
Right,
And
right,
I'm just stocking up as much as I can now because I won't be able to get them a month later ever again.
right. True.
So that's what I'm concentrating. I'm kind of prepping for fishing to be honest. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you live on the coast. That's your protein source right there.
Yes,
Ghost.
sir.
I was thinking about reusing lids from pressure canned items for things like pickles or jelly. Your opinion on reusing pressure lids for water bath or pickling? I reuse the shit out of my lids. One thing you understand in Virginia, you watch my channel. I buck the system. I don't give a shit what the date says on the food. I'm gonna smell it before I throw it out. I'm gonna try it. And I reuse my lids. The only time I won't reuse a lid is if it's got a defect on it. If it's got a ding on the side or if it's kind of warped a little bit, I'll throw it away. But what I do is I try to, all my lids are marked. Like I put painter's tape on the top and I write what's in it and when I canned it. And if I open a jar, like tonight, I opened a jar of chicken and made some stir fry with it, chicken that I canned 2 years ago. Now, that jar is set aside, it's washed and the lid's washed, but that lid is staying with that jar because I'm going to do another batch of chicken here in about 3 to 6 weeks. So I'm going to use the same lid on the same jar for the same food, just in case there is a flavor carryover. There shouldn't be because it's just rubber and metal and glass. There shouldn't be, but just in case. But as far as
And,
doing the,
I was just gonna say they should watch your. Anytime you see Ghost and he's holding up a jar and he does a little 3 minute video or 7 minute video, you want to watch it because he explains these things in those videos. Like he ain't just showing you chili and then he takes a bite and then the video's over. Like he goes into detail about, because I've heard you talk about this in your videos about how when you reuse a cap, you actually, if it was spaghetti before, it's going to be reused on spaghetti sauce. If it was chili before, you're going to reuse it on the chili.
even though it probably don't matter, to me, it makes sense to keep the flavor profile the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
as far as the water bath cannon and pickling, I'd use those so they quit working because you're not going at the high pressure like in the pressure cooker. Like if it's just water bath, pickles and jellies and stuff, I'll reuse those things as much as I can because they're not going through the insane pressure cycle. Now my lids, I think all the lids are good for at least 2 pressure runs, probably 3, probably more. I think the reason that they say that you can't reuse is so you'll buy more and just keep throwing them away. I mean, that's a smart business choice, from the company that makes them.
And they do it with everything from prescription medicines. I mean, why is it you buy a bottle of Tylenol or ibuprofen and it says it's good for 3 years, but yet if you get a prescription for ibuprofen 800 milligrams, it says it's only good for a year? Come on, it's the same damn thing. Why is this good for 3 years and this is only good for a year?
And
they want to make money. They want to get you back in the doctor's office.
It's still good beyond that date. It made the potency may go down. But still aspirin. It didn't turn into rat poison. It's still aspirin. It didn't change into strychnine.
I tell you, man, I've taken Tylenol that were like 5-6 years out of date, and it worked. Took my headaches away, fevers, whatever. I mean, it was like nothing was bad with it whatsoever. Never had a problem. But we can't be giving medical advice, so we gotta be careful. My bad.
Lady Cass, I don't know who Melissa K. Norris is. I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm not saying I know everything about canning. I'm telling you right now, I got jars downstairs that have been there for 2 years, and it's on the second round on that canning lid, and in the pressure cooker, and I've never lost one yet. Maybe you're not supposed to. What I'm thinking is that rubber seal, once it goes through the canning process, it degrades it. So instead of it keeping my meat good for 10 years on a brand new lid, maybe it only lasts for 8 years or 4 years, but that's still 4 years. And if you absolutely don't have access to lids and your only option is to either reuse lids or throw the food away, common sense says I'm going to reuse those lids. At least me, anyway. I'm not saying she's wrong by no means. I'm just saying it was an opinion that was asked. And yes, I reuse my lids.
You know, there's something about you, man, that I've noticed that is super cool, and I think everybody should hear it from somebody else, so I'm just going to go ahead and say it. And I'm sure most of the people in here already know it, but for anybody that don't know it, you are very good at interacting with people and answering questions. You don't leave a question unanswered. I can see you now that every single person that, like, if y'all see something on Ghost video and you have a question, ask him. I guarantee you Ghost is going to answer you and give you every detail he possibly could come up with for that question that you have. And I can tell, man, you enjoy it. You enjoy the interaction of, you're a great teacher, man. And man, I'm telling you, man, you're a huge asset to this community, man. I don't know if anybody's ever told you that, but you really are. You're a huge asset.
I appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that, brother. It's all your fault. Ghost, what's the best fertilizer you recommend for a vegetable garden? Go look at my meat rabbit video, Gary. Best fertilizer you can have for a vegetable garden is rabbit manure. It's what they call a cold manure. It doesn't need the compost. You can grab the rabbit by the head and squeeze his belly and drop his little rabbit poop right on your tomato plant, and it will not hurt it one bit, and it'll grow like crazy. The best fertilizer you can get is rabbits. That's another reason why I'm raising rabbits. Yeah. It's the best fertilizer there is. That's another reason why I'm doing meat rabbits. I'm growing protein. I'm feeding them off the grass in my yard, so I ain't got to cut the grass. So I'm feeding them basically for free. And then I'm using the fertilizer to fertilize my garden. Like the dirt that I buy this year in all my containers, I don't plan on buying dirt ever again. Every year, I'm just going to redo it with compost and rabbit manure and just keep rocking and rolling right on through it.
Awesome.
At least that's my game plan.
Yes, sir.
Been canning all my life with my mama.
I didn't realize rabbits were rabbit. I mean, my uncle raised rabbits to, eat. Meat rabbits is what you call them. And I didn't realize. I mean, they have so many. For one, just the pet value for if you got kids or something. I mean, to have rabbits around and to teach them how to take care of animals, that you don't have to worry about a rabbit running over your kid. Like, if a cow gets spooked and your kid's standing there, you don't have to worry about that with rabbits. So there's the pet and the teaching how to raise animals to kids. That's a benefit. The meat from them is a benefit. They're not a huge nuisance on anything. They stay in their little cages and do their thing. And now you can use the product that they produce from eating. You can use that to grow food. I mean, rabbits are like the wonder animal, man.
Oh yeah, it's the healthiest meat on the
And
planet.
then you can use their furs. I mean, you know.
Yeah, I'm learning how to do that. And then
that's cool, man.
Angry Prepper can put him some meat rabbits in cages on his balcony at his apartment. Can't nobody say nothing about it because they're still classified as pets. They're not classified as livestock. You can have them anywhere you want. They don't make any noise. They're quiet. I mean, they're just there. All they do is eat and shit. That's it. Yeah. And make babies. They make a lot of babies.
I would love to see you get on there, man. I hope one day that Angry wants to do a interview with you, man. Y'all would get into it deep, man.
Oh yeah, I think so. Because I try to curb my language a lot, but I mean, our attitude about certain things, it is what it is. I mean, it's like, you know, when I think even you and I were talking about when I do my videos, I'm like, look, I hit record, I talk, I hit stop, I upload it, you get what you get. I ain't figured out how to do all that fancy editing or stuff yet. It's just, you know, it's just raw.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I've tried to tone down my cussing too, but that mainly came from Monograph. Monograph was getting on my case on his lives. He was like, Tribe, you gotta tone down that language and you'll be all right. And it kind of stuck with me. I was like, all right, I'm gonna take the advice from Monograph. He been around the block a few times in YouTube.
Dude, you want to talk about going down a rabbit hole? Just sit back and listen to Monograph talk on some of his stuff. Dude, I'm like, how in the hell does his mind work this way? And he ain't got no problem calling the governor. He'll put the governor on the phone right now. This Monograph.
And stick it right up to the microphone.
Yep.
Hello?
Yep.
Man, he's great, man. He's one of my favorite channels.
I love Monograph.
No doubt. Like, if y'all ain't subbed to Monograph, then y'all are missing out. Because if you go back and watch some of his older videos, man, I sat here crying laughing from some of the characters that he creates and acts like and stuff. Like he becomes these characters.
He's a trip.
And I mean, he goes there, man. I'm like, holy shit, why is this dude not in a movie somewhere?
He probably is. He just won't tell us.
Mm-hmm. Smart dude, man. Smart dude. We had fun that night when we were all up on here with him.
Yeah, it was fun. Well, whose channel was that?
That was mine.
Was it yours? Yeah.
Yeah.
David L., what's going on, man? Good to see you again. Been a while.
Hava, what's going on, Hava? I don't know if I ever say her name right. But I used to watch her lives. She would just sit there and go live and be doing some book things and writing things and stuff. I would just turn it on and just watch.
Bug Dude 53. There's a reason why I bought All American 921. It's metal on metal seal. There is no rubber gasket to go bad. There's nothing can go bad on that canner that I can't. I mean, the dial gauge might go bad, but I don't use it anyway. I use the jiggler. It's all mechanical. There's no gasket. There's nothing to fail. It's just solid aluminum doing its job. Now, the older ones had a rubber gasket that you got to replace, but the new one, the 921 that I have, it's a metal on metal seal. You lube the contact with a little bit of vegetable oil, lock it down, rock and roll. That's why it's got those 6 toggle knobs. I mean, it's high quality stuff, man. It looks like it was made out of a submarine torpedo launcher. I mean, it's crazy.
Man, I gotta go get it. I gotta go get that thing. It's just the price. You know, you're in a thrift shop. Who wants to spend $130? I'm like, man.
You can probably get it for $100 easy.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to talk him into 80. What's up, Homestead Oss? What's going on with you? Across the seas. Good to see you.
Multi-purpose livestock. Yeah, rabbits. Definitely. I'm learning how to tan the hides too. There's a whole bunch of different ways to tan the hides, and all that's barter, man.
There you go. Prep for it. There you go,
Coral Tigger. I can't believe you. Somebody actually remembered that story. Did you hear that story? I can't remember whose channel I was on. I may have been on Dangerous Freedom After Dark or somebody's channel.
I don't know.
Yeah, there was a kid that got on my bad side in a real bad way involving.
Oh yeah. You put the sand blaster on his head or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, that was on your show. Yeah, the belt sander. Yeah, that was a
Yeah,
bad day at the office.
that was a fun night too.
It
We were
was.
clowning.
That was on that day when we did like 6 hours in the morning and 9 hours that night. It was like 18 hours in the 24-hour period.
I swear.
Like for real. Like we're
Yeah,
all wearing the same clothes.
yeah. It was a good time though. Blue
That was.
Vandal, what's up?
Man, it's hard to keep up with this chat, and I got like 30 something people in here.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, eggs, mayonnaise, and salt. That's the way I plan on tanning. That's why I'm so happy I made friends with my neighbor with the chickens. 6 months.
Oh yeah, Hava. You gonna tan the lamb skin, huh?
Uh-oh.
Ain't nothing to it but to do it. You just gotta jump in.
Well,
Head first.
Hava Alexander says, I prefer channels that are raw with no edits. Well, you're on the right channel then, because it ain't that I won't ever edit something, it's that I don't know how, and I just really don't feel like investing the time in learning that part yet. You know?
I enjoy it, man. I enjoy making those little videos, and then you edit and you add some music, and I just enjoy the process.
You're good at it, man. I get frustrated. I'm like, man, I got to go outside and break something, or build something,
Right,
or something.
right.
You know? Yeah, I tell you what. If here's what we got here. This is Gary. Angry should definitely interview Ghost. I would love it if he did, man. That would probably fast track me to the subscribers pretty quick. But I mean, I've been on this channel for years, man.
Why don't you hit him up, man? Hit him, shoot him an email, shoot him a couple. He always says shoot him a couple of them.
I don't know. I just kind of hate asking. I just kind of hate asking, man. I'd rather just get recognized on merit. You know what I mean?
Marbury too, man. If you hit up Marbury will pass the word and stuff. You know, she deals with a lot of people that want to, she handles some of that stuff for Angry and stuff.
Yeah, she's helped me a lot.
Yeah.
And it's hard to stay with this chat. I don't know how y'all do it with 10,000 subscribers.
I don't have 10,000 subscribers.
Ghost Prepper, I would love. What is this?
I don't get big chats, man. I get 50, 60 people in there sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But it's cool with me. Yeah, I can't imagine it. The more people you get in the chat, I think the lesser the closeness is. You know what I mean? Like, I remember when I first started and had 13 people in the chat, man. I had some of the best times of. Yeah, it was awesome.
Keep up. See, prep for it. I'd love to have you as a guest on my show. Dude, shoot me an email. I ain't got nothing to write with right now, but I mean, my email is easy. It's ghostprepper1369@gmail. Ghostprepper1369. 13 is my lucky number. 69 is everybody's lucky number.
Yes, indeed. 69.
Ghostprepper1369@gmail.
That's an easy number to remember. 13, unlucky number, and 69, boom. You know, 13 is my lucky man. Friday the 13th, I always have a great day.
Yeah, that's my lucky number. 13 is my lucky number. Always has been. Yeah, shoot me an email, man. I'll definitely. I love to do it. I go on anybody's
good night,
show.
Bubba.
Homestead Offs. Since you're bad right now, can't do like what? They're still messing with you. I was watching the live the other night with Backwoods and Ark Wildman, and they shut her down, bro. Midstream, shut her down. So Backwoods and Ark Wildman, they took over the show and ran it for like 25 minutes without her until she was able to get back on.
What?
Yeah, man, they just turned the switch.
Right
now.
I mean, why? What? For what?
Hard to keep blocking Gmail.
They're like some of the nicest, most coolest people on YouTube. What the hell? Why would they? Man, it's so ridiculous.
Can't load videos either. That's messed up. That's a good channel. Zonnie wants me to name my bunny. She said I got to name the pretty gray one after him.
That's what's up. Two can chew pepper wizard.
Leslie is asking if I plan on making anything with the rabbit skins. The skins, out of everything I can do with the rabbits right now, the skins that are the lowest on my list. Like if I live like north, like Pennsylvania, New York, Montana, in the Dakotas, something where cold weather was a huge issue, I would probably stock up on them hides and make me a really good Game of Thrones cloak. But in here in the Carolinas, it doesn't get super super cold. What I planned on doing them is if I did let the rabbits get old enough for the hides, I was just going to tan them and probably sell them or give them away. I don't know. You can slow the chats down. What is this? You can slow the chats down and people can only make comments every 3 minutes. Have to add those restrictions. Oh, I have to look into that.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't have any.
Yeah, that's when you get up to like
Yeah.
600-700 people in the chat. You hit that slow mo on them. The slow mo.
Yeah, I don't mind just going back with the thing and see if I missed anything. And if I miss your question and I don't respond to it, if I miss it accidentally, repost it.
Yeah, put it in capital letters. Tag him.
Absolutely. What is this? Homestead Australia. AU is trying to negotiate for Google to pay Australia for local content in order to continue operation in Australia. The Google products are fighting this. Huh. I have heard something about that. Yeah, it's getting crazy, man. Everything's getting all just political, big business bullshit.
What do you feel about this India stuff, man? This stuff going on in India, man. It's pretty damn bad over there.
My personal opinion, I made a video about it today, earlier this morning, just letting everybody know my personal thoughts. I mean, I think it's a good chance it's history repeating itself from 12, 14 months ago. And when lockdowns come and the restrictions come, I think they're going to be multiplied by a factor of 5, if not 10 this time around. I think it's going to get hard. I think it's going to hurt bad because last year in March, when everything started and we got the restrictions, the supply chain was pumping. It was rocking and rolling. Now it's damn near dead. And there's already food shortages. So imagine what's going to happen now. You think the toilet paper aisle was empty last year. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be ugly unless they get a handle on it.
What do you feel about what do you feel about it? Like I don't want to say words, but what the strain, man? Do you think that it's going to be that much worse, or do you think it's just because that country is that bad off?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, that country was one of the most stabbed countries on the planet. I mean, they're manufacturing a whole bunch of stuff, and they were one of the most stabbed countries on the planet, and they're getting nailed. I mean, hell, a month ago they were claiming they had herd immunity. I mean, they were like lifting restrictions, and they were saying they were the first country to beat it. And now look at them. It's like the virus heard them say they had herd immunity and they beat it, and they said, "Hang on, hold my beer," and hit them with another round.
It's looking like some Spanish flu type situations over there, man. No bullshit.
Well, that's what's going to happen, man. I mean, if when the healthcare system gets overwhelmed, I mean, if it can hold X amount of people and you bring in Z amount of people, that means everybody, if it can handle the capacity of this many people and it can handle everything they need, and then you put, a factor of 1 more than that, then everything falls apart. Then that X amount of people that were getting everything they need, now they're only getting about 80% because they got to stretch it to cover everybody else. So you're going to lose people that you would have been able to save, but now you got to stretch. It's kind of like rationing your food, man. If you got enough to keep 100 people alive for a year, good. But if you add 50 people to that, you end up losing over half the people that you got. The numbers ain't there. I think it's going to get ugly, man. I think it's going to be bad, especially when, nobody's really grounded flights from India. Nobody's, put them in quarantine. Nobody's just like locked the borders up. Right now, I guarantee you it's already spread. It'll be, it's 2 weeks. It's been going on for 7 days now. So within the next 5 to 7, maybe 10 days, There's going to be maps all over the news, and everything is going to go nuts. So if you got a hole in your gaps, if you got a weak spot in your preps, it's time to plug that hole here in the next 72 hours, like for real.
We're already seeing it. Nisi took pictures of it, man. She went up to the store and there was no green beans, there was no green beans and no what? Corn. I mean, it could we've been talking about it for months. Prepper channels. We've been saying, watch out for the food shortages. Watch out for this that could happen. Watch out for that could happen. And everybody gets calmed down. Oh, the old Jabberwocky, makes you feel like, oh well, it might calm down or something. We're gonna get over this. No, it could get really, 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 really bad.
Really
And I'm
quick.
not trying to be fear mongering, but if you're prepping, make sure you're staying on top of your game. Make sure you get your food, your cough medicines, your Tylenol, get stocked up, get your vitamins, and be careful. Just be careful. Because, a lot of people downplay this and downplay that, but we dealing with a situation and shit can get real bad, man.
Yeah, I mean, over the last 6 to 8 months, every time I go to the store, if I can find Lysol, I get a couple of cans.
Yeah.
Now I got a nice little stockpile of Lysol set aside.
I
Just
do too.
back in my head, I was thinking, you know what? Let me go ahead, just because this shit ain't gonna die out this winter. I think it's gonna come back. I think it's gonna come back with attitude. It's pissed. And here's the
And
thing.
if you got babies, make sure you got them bottles, that formula, them baby wipes. Make sure, and I hate to say it, but in all honesty, make sure you got some extra toilet paper in the house. Now, I'm not saying I'm not saying everybody run out and go crazy right this minute, but when you're at the store, pick up a little 4 rolls, throw that up in a closet somewhere. Next time you go out, pick up, a little thing of baby wipes. If you got family, maybe you don't have the babies, but you love somebody that does have babies, and pick up some baby wipes because they might be, hurting in a few weeks, and you'll have that little bit of extra to watch out for them. I mean,
Yep.
Man, it's crazy, man. The shit ain't over with by far. Like we're still knee deep in this shit, and it's gonna get a whole lot worse.
And as far as the babies go, the canned milk that I do, in South America, that's what they use for baby formula. They use the condensed milk. So canning the milk like I do, I got a couple cases of baby formula down there. You know what I mean? So I mean, if you got a baby and you're worried about formula, can the milk. That stuff's good shelf life for a couple of years. Just diluted with water.
You can get powdered milk too. You can get I hate to say Amazon. We hate to buy from the big corporations, but you can jump right on Amazon and get bags of powdered milk. That you can cook with it. You can do anything you do with milk. You just mix it up with some water and you got some milk. I mean,
yep. That's true.
And do it. I'm not saying go out and spend $5,000 tomorrow, but if you got some money, you better start picking up some stuff. Don't think you got enough, because I'm telling you, this shit could get really, really, really bad. You seen what they did when it wasn't even as bad as we thought it was going to be. At the beginning, everybody, if you was a prepper, you was a little worried, like, oh shit, this could be the one. Well, this could still be the one. It just hasn't got to that point yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is version 2.0. You know what I mean? And if and with the Jabberwocky, I mean, to each its own. I mean, both my parents decided to do it, and that's great. I'm not. But it's like, in the video I made people today, I've got 3 family members that have been dealing with this for the last 6 weeks. One was on the way to be admitted to the hospital, and they said, no, she was recovering good. My uncle spent 3 weeks in there. He just got out yesterday. And then my aunt's brother, by marriage, he's in an induced coma on the respirator, and it ain't looking good. They're letting, people, wave through the window, but that's, and then we're talking about somebody that's a 16-year military veteran in great shape, great health, no asthma, no diabetes, none of that. And he got dick punched, So for people that are saying it's fake, it ain't fake. It's real. The problem is we just don't know what it is.
Nisi's uncle died, and he was perfectly healthy. There wasn't nothing wrong with this dude. I mean, he was in great shape, and he caught it, and a couple weeks later, he was out of here.
Yeah, for the one cat that left. I mean, a negative comment. He's the first one that got a thumbs down because the comment that I sent back to him, YouTube shut it down. They edited it. But yeah, come at me, bro. We'll leave it at that. You know, he was an ass. You know, but yeah, I mean, but everybody's entitled to their own opinion. It is what it is. You know, but
yeah, and that's what people just got to understand, man. People, look, if you don't agree with what I'm saying, you don't have to hate me for it. I'm not going to hate you. I'm not going to try to convince you to think otherwise. I just say what I feel and what I see and what I think. And I don't go along. Everybody should know. I don't just go along with the mob. I don't watch a video and somebody says something and I'm like, oh man, did y'all hear about this?
yeah.
Like I just don't do that. I watch things and I study it and I study it and I study it and I keep my eyes open. And when I see things repeat and repeat and you hear it from all kinds of different sources, then I'm like, okay, you might be able to go by that. You know, if you hear that this thing gets in you and then 2 weeks later is when it shows up and you know you got it. And then you hear over here, they're saying about the same thing 12 days and this one's saying 14 days and this one's saying 11 days. Okay, well then we know it's probably about 2 weeks that you could have this thing and not even know it. You know what I'm saying? And it's stuff like that. That's how I think about things. I don't just hear something that goes along with what I'm thinking and be like, oh yeah, okay, he just said that. Okay, boom, that's what it is then.
Right.
And I'm not going to put that information out for people. I'm not going to sit here and tell y'all something that I don't truly believe just to get a rise out of somebody or because I'm trying to go against the grain. Damn, I just scared myself, man. I accidentally hit a button. It did a rewind. I was like, what the hell? I thought it was a bug flying in my ear, man.
It's like, I thought your shit was about to blow up.
Like, I swear, like, what the hell?
If I'm riding down the street and I see a whole bunch of people standing in line to go somewhere, I'm not the guy that's going to pull over and get in line and find out what they're in line for. I want to, what the fuck are all these people doing? I ain't just going to go get in the line. I want to know what they're in line for first. You know what I mean? If you do the research, you decide you want to get the Jabberwocky, rock and roll, man. It's like, I mean, more power to you. I got nothing against it. Me personally, I weighed the pluses to the negatives, and I don't have any major health issues. I'm in decent shape. You know, I'm like, you know what? I don't feel like I need to get it right now. I got time to wait and see and make sure, you know, what's what. My parents, on the other hand, they're both in their 70s. They're both immunocompromised. They made the decision they were going to get it. Great. That's their decision. That's their choice. I support them 1,000%. You know, it is what it is. But for somebody to judge you based on how you choose to live your life, motherfucker, this is my life. You know what I'm saying? I'll do what I want. Yep. You ain't got to judge me. You can eat popcorn, point, and laugh at me all you want to, but it's my life. I'll do what I want. You don't like it? That's cool. You don't like what I say on my channel? Hit the button, click it.
And I got thick skin. Like, you know, you can even disagree with me, argue with me, debate me. I mean, I'm not gonna. I tell you what, man, just don't attack kids, don't attack women, and don't be a racist piece of shit. And you good with me, man. You can say whatever you want. I don't.
Same here.
I'm just not that dude, man. We can think completely different. I'm not going to hate you. I'm not going to be mad at you. And I'll actually think about what you're saying. Like I consider, I'm not so closed-minded to think that everything that I think is what it is and that's all there is to it. Like I consider that's why I talk to people. That's why I say what's on my mind so I can get a reaction, because I'm curious to know what other people are thinking, and I consider that shit. You know what I mean?
Well, see, I'm one of those guys. I like to argue. And the problem is, my issue is, I don't give a shit what side of the argument I'm on. I remember when I was in college, when I was in school, I can't remember what class it was, but we had a debate, and the topic was abortion. And the professor says, all right, you know, Mr. Martin, what side would you like to be on? I said, I don't care, you choose. She goes, you don't have a preference? I said, yeah, I have a very, very, very strong conviction for one side, not the other. But it don't matter to me. I'll argue either point, because there's so much data. There's so much stuff out there going each way. It's not fair to make that topic a topic of debate. And I disagreed with it. That's why I said it's not fair to make that a topic of debate in an educational setting, because there's way too much false information that people are going for as biblical. And that's not what it is. So if you have a topic for debate, it needs to be something based in fact, not fiction that's been popularized through the media. That's not a debate. People lying back and forth across the table. So you I'm going to either side of the table and argue. Matter of fact, halfway through it, you can make me switch. I'll switch teams and do the same damn thing, and I'll argue the shit out of it. But and the same thing goes to this whole thing that we're dealing with right now. It don't matter what side you pick. There's a 50-50 chance you're wrong, but there's a 50-50 chance you're right. You know what I mean? It's too early in the game to decide. I mean, can you imagine back when the polio vaccine, how many people were having this exact same conversation? You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
It could go completely left field, completely right field. Imagine what they were when they were shooting up the African Americans in Tuskegee with the STD, saying it was a vaccine. That went completely the opposite direction. You know, they were lied to. So I mean, it could go either way. So I try to stay the hell out of politics. I leave politics and religion alone. I try to. Now I will throw my opinion out there in a heartbeat. You know, and you know what? Sometimes it's changed. I've had people mind, which is awesome. It kind of opens it up. But as far as
you're breaking up just a little bit, certain words, so I'm not catching everything you're saying, but I'm getting most of it though.
I'll slow down a little bit. How's that? Is that better? Is that clear?
It's like when you hit a key word, it like blanks out on me, and I'm like, damn it.
Like my personal opinion, going back to the India thing, to this change, I think that the way viruses and stuff work, when they mutate inside of a human body, all right, say you and I both get infected at the same time, tribe, and both of our infections are from the identical same strain, and they both mutate inside of each one of us. My mutation is going to be different than your mutation because my mutation worked off of my DNA and yours works off of your DNA. So if this super, super crazy strain that's going around right now came from somebody with a really weird blood type or a really weird genetic makeup, maybe he was missing a chromosome or had an extra chromosome or had some kind of a really weird genetic structure, that's going to carry over into the mutation of this gene. At least that's the way I think, because it makes sense to me. Kind of like bacon, you know what I mean? So if my mutation carries over into that, I would say it could go one or two. Say it was with blood type. Say I'm A positive and this thing mutates in me and I'm A positive blood type. It could either mean that it's going to attack people with A positive blood really, really hard and wipe them out, or it could mutate in a way that it makes people with A positive blood immune. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So it could be attacking people for like a specific reason that we don't even know about, like people with blonde hair, or short people. It could go crazy.
But I want to say something on that. You got, all right, let's bust it out. You got the common cold, you got the flu, you got AIDS, you got chicken pox, you got all these things. These are natural, but suppose you know we don't know everything. I mean, maybe all this stuff was made up by some. Who knows? But as far as we know, chicken pox, common cold, flu, all these things are natural. They came about naturally. They ain't going awry like this. They ain't going buck wild and changing every which way and hitting this place this way and this place. That's why I say this is not something I don't think you can look at this. You cannot go in the past and look at anything that's happened when it comes to sicknesses and look at this and try to gain knowledge from it and know what it's going to do. I think this is unnatural, and when you make something unnatural and man fucks with it, excuse my language, I'm trying not to say that word, but when man messes with something, it goes awry. And I think this thing is just bonkers. Oh, yeah. And I don't think it's nothing like we've ever seen before. And I think people should be really cautious and be really careful. Don't just be nonchalant like it ain't nothing. Like, y'all got to watch y'all's back, man. There's some crazy shit going on in this world, man.
It could be absolutely nothing. It could be, smoke and mirrors. I don't think so. A few months ago, I thought it was. But now I'm starting to realize, you know what? Because it's hit my family personally. There's been about 10, maybe a dozen people in my family that have been affected by it. Knock on wood, we haven't lost anybody yet, but some were really, really sick. Some it was just like a normal flu, lasted 2-3 days and they were fine. But it also, it was weird. It also went with age, and it went with health. In a couple of instances, the younger members of my family, they were perfectly fine. But then we had one that was in their same age group, but it dick punched him hard for weeks. But then he pulled through and everything was fine. And then, my family member that's in the hospital now, he's immunocompromised, and it's bad. But then we got, his brother-in-law was in there, and it was bad on him. And he, for his age, he's super healthy. He doesn't smoke, has never smoked a cigarette a day in his life, no diabetes, none of that. And, like I said, he's a military veteran, 16 years. He's in great shape. It's just, that's what leads me to believe it's not about, there's an underlying factor that it attacks on an individual person's level. It's like you've got like this one chromosome or this one genetic marker that it jumps on that everybody doesn't have, because it's like random.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I just think it's so bonkers that it's just going all over the place. I swear, I think this thing is, I don't know how to explain it. Like it's like a rabid dog, man. It's just bonkers. I think it's never stable. I think it's an unstable thing that's just constantly going nuts because it's not natural. When you have something that's not natural, like if I took your head and put it on a dog, you would go and you survive, you would go crazy. You would just be, what the hell has happened to my arms and leg? And you would never be able to just be relaxed and be like, all right, I'm good, man. I'm cool with this. Like, you would be bonkers. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what this is, man. I think this thing was slammed together, and it ain't supposed to be together. And it don't know what to do, and it you know what I mean? It's just crazy, man.
I just think one of the underlying facts to me that just signaled that it was stupid is when this thing first came out last year, and I was on lockdown at the house, and then I did venture out just to get intel. I was keeping 10, 12 feet away from everybody. I had people walking up on me, and I'm like, whoa, you better back the fuck up. Back the fuck up. I'm strapped this out in the open because, you can't wear a mask and carry it at the same time. So, hey, back up. But, then I'm at the grocery stores and everybody's masked up. But yet, you got people walking in the grocery store with a 2-month-old baby, a 6-month-old baby, and no mask. I was getting pissed. I'm like, how the fuck are you going to wear a mask and push your kid through this contaminated area with no mask? And then come to find out that it don't even affect kids hardly at all. And I'm like, wait a minute.
At first, we don't know what it's going to end up doing.
But I'm now like, what the hell kind of disease or virus picks an age group? It's like, if you're 18 and below, you're safe. Once you turn 18, it's on you. I'm like,
it had a target built into it.
Right. I'm like, what?
Yeah. I just want to say what's up, man. I see Just Josh, I see Native, I see Backwoods. What's going on, fellas?
What's going on, y'all?
Good to see y'all, man.
Yeah,
we getting deep. You know how we get deep. Me and Ghost get together, we get deep.
Jumped in the hole, nobody threw us a rope, so fuck it. But yeah, it don't make no. And if you take that, what? If you take that,
would you say nobody threw us a rope, so fuck it?
Yeah, nobody threw us a rope. 2 fools in the hole. Fuck it. We'll kick around in the bottom until we sink. The well ain't that deep.
Hell yeah.
Somebody's gonna eventually throw us a rope. But,
right.
You take that into account and mix it up with the stuff that Ice Age Farmer's been saying for years, the stuff we all been saying for years. And by the way, if you guys ain't sub to the Ice Age Farmer, you're doing the whole prepping thing wrong. You fucked up at the beginning. That's on page 1 of the prepping handbook. You got to subscribe to the Ice Age Farmer. All right, page 1, prepping handbook, Ice Age Farmer. Fix that shit. If you ain't following him and learning about the breakdown in the food supply and how we're on, dude, we've been eating our backups for months now. We have no strategic reserve left. What little bit we did have, Biden's been selling off. And now you're looking at the supply chain breaking down. China is the supply chain. They own the shit that you're buying. They own the boats that it's floating on. They own the ports that the boats go to. They own the containers that the shit's sitting in. They are the supply chain. Yeah, they are the supply chain.
They own Biden.
So, yeah, and now the supply chain's falling apart. So if we were going to another lockdown times 10, which at least it's going to multiply times a factor of 5, I think this time. I think it's going to be enforced curfews. I think there's going to be Honestly, I think there's going to be checkpoints. I think there's going to be fenced in areas in certain parking lots where people got to go stay for 30 days. I think that it's even going to go to the point to where you're going to have to show your paperwork that you got the Jabberwocky to be able to go in certain places or to go buy groceries or function. That's my stage 2 of this whole thing they got going on, because they got you by the nuts. Food is the weapon.
Did you watch that movie with Demi Moore and all that? Like it was during the whole thing here in the past.
Oh yeah,
year.
I watched it the day it came out. Songbird or something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah, I want to watch it again. I didn't like it. I thought it was a bum ass movie, but I want to watch it again because there's some interesting things in it that could actually happen.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, damn, man. I feel sorry for the people that either don't prep or can't prep, because I know there's some people out here, they just don't have the money to buy any. They're lucky if they go to the store and can get some peanut butter and jelly.
Right.
And it's like, damn, man, it's so crazy what we're going through and what we've been through, and it's not over by far. And it's
I remember right before this thing kicked off, and I mean right before it kicked off, like actually. I think it was in 2019, like in September, October, I found this movie on Netflix. I like to watch all these crazy documentaries and stuff. And the title of the documentary was Pandemic. I believe that's what it was called. And it literally followed a doctor and these scientists going into these caves and shit in China, looking for a specific bat that was carrying this new COVID virus. This is before COVID-19 happened. This is before any of it happened. And it's on Netflix. And they're out looking for it. They were predicting this thing was going to happen.
Yeah.
Which is really weird to me. I'm like, whoa, the timing on that is crazy. Ava Alexander saw it. Yep. I've looked for it since then. I haven't been able to find it. So I don't know about that. But yeah, Songbird. That's what it's called. Songbird.
I know there's a lot of people that know this, but I mean, y'all know that them charts that they kept putting up on the TV showing the hills and all that, you know that's all complete bullshit.
Oh yeah.
You change a couple numbers and the hill could look great or could look like the end of the world. Like those charts were such. I used to get so frustrated, man. That's why I stopped watching the TV. I stopped watching media. I was like, it's such a crock of shit what they're putting out to the people, man. It's unbelievable how much they've lied and tricked us and made things look like this and that when they weren't like this and that. And it's just.
I mean, they use numbers. They use numbers.
It was bullshit.
Yeah, they use numbers to scare. All right, look at it this way. All right, you're looking at the COVID. It's like a 99% survival rate. So 1% don't survive. Now transition that over to China. 1.4
See, I don't believe
billion.
That. I hear people saying the 99% thing. I don't believe that.
No, but for the sake of argument, say it's true.
I got you.
Right? Now transition that number over to China with 1.4 billion people in the population. If that's accurate, it's actually higher than that. That means 14 million people are going tits up.
Just in China.
I mean, India. I'm sorry, India. 1.4 billion.
Well, same difference.
Yeah, about the same size population.
Yeah.
So I'm going, whoa. I mean, in the last 7 days, they've got over 2 million people infected, and that's with a half-assed medical system and a half-assed way of counting. I guarantee it's probably 6 million. Because they don't go out into the hood. They don't go into the favelas. They don't go.
You can't. They can't keep track of that shit, man. There's too much shit going on. They can't keep track of none of that shit.
Look, we got 400 million people in the U.S. They got 1.4 billion. That's one. Imagine adding 1 billion people to the United States population tomorrow, and then trying to figure out who's who, what's what, and who's sick. We couldn't even do it with 400 million people. How you gonna do it with 1.4 billion? And they're looking at these numbers like it's true.
And for y'all that don't know, when you get on YouTube, you don't have to watch ABC and NBC. You don't have to watch Fox. You can get on there. You can watch Sky News. You can watch African News. You can watch, and I'm not saying that they tell the truth neither, but you can get a lot of information from even if they don't speak the language, a lot of times they'll put the words on the bottom. You know, it'll be the whatever it's called, and you know you can read what they're talking about and stuff, and it'll show you what's going on, like the shit they won't show you here. Like you get on other news stations from other countries, and you can get more information and stuff. It's Sky News, Wyon. There's all kinds of different ones that you can get on and check it out. Don't short yourself just by watching CNN.
I don't watch CNN at all. I watch CNN to laugh. But I watch it to laugh. I watch it have something to compare it to. Like if I want to find some news, honestly, here lately, I found the best information on YouTube if you know what channels to go to. Like put it this way, when everything was going down on January 20th up at that spot with the big white building we all know about, I put on CNN and I'm watching Fox and CNN and all this stuff. And they're doing these reports, all this craziness going on. You know where I found the truth, where I found out what was going on? Angry Prepper took his damn phone and his gear and he went down there and showed it live. And he was showing pictures of the same stuff at the same time that was supposed to going on TV. And it was two totally separate stories. And I'm like, but see, the news is playing it up like this. It's this big end of the world. They're going to burn the building down. And Angry's standing right outside the front door, and he's like, "Dude, it's all good." You know, everybody's, you know, there ain't nothing going on.
Hungry. He's just looking for a hot dog out that joint. Like, it ain't that bad. I'm just hungry, man. I'm ready to go.
So I'm looking at this situation. I'm going, now they're doing this with everything. So if you can find a channel with somebody that lives there, that's got the balls, that gets on the ground and goes out there and checks it out, that's where you're gonna get the truth. You know, and it's uncensored, it's unfiltered, at least for now. You know, so I don't believe nothing.
I always take it as when they ain't telling you nothing, that's when you need to worry. When they are telling, like on our news, the CNNs, the MSNBC, when they're pumping something out real hard, they're trying it. When they ain't saying nothing and there's something going on, and you know there's something going on, and they ain't saying shit, something's up. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's.
If
you gotta trick them, I guess, you know, you gotta use your mind to read between the lines and shit when it comes to news and shit, because we don't ever get the truth. We don't ever get what we're supposed to know.
Hell no. And I hear a lot of people talking about, you know, investing in Bitcoin and this Dogecoin and this thing. Look, what you need to invest in is gas in your tank to get to the ATM to get all your damn money out, and then go to the grocery store and really invest in your future. Buy the food, get your preps, because
and make sure your car's running. If you need brakes on your cars, get brakes on your car. If you need tires, get tires.
You can't get food. Now you got to go to that parking lot with the canvas tents and the cotton, get your MRE. You're gonna go, damn, I wish I'd have listened to Ghost and Tribe when they were talking about getting rice and beans. That's your power. That's your future. That's your savings account. Because, you know, a pound of rice costs
communications up too. Yeah, that's another big thing. I mean, we always talk about food and water, but you got to get that other shit too, man. You got to get them communications. Get you some really good walkie-talkies. Break down and spend $80-$90. You can get some pretty damn good. Get you a ham radio. Even though you ain't got a license, you can listen in. You know what I mean? Get you a weather radio, solar powered. You can get one for like $35. You know, and get you some Band-Aids. Get you some cough medicines. Get you, you know, you can get Gatorade powder. You can get powder that makes Gatorade, and it'll store a lot longer. You know, you get a big old tub of it for like, you know, $5-$6 or whatever it is, and boom, Gatorade's great. It'll replenish you when you need something. You know, them electrolytes and stuff. Like really, you gotta do the damn thing. You can't.
I mean, when you think about it, I'm paying 42 cents a pound for rice right now, buying it in bulk. I could actually get it a lot cheaper if I got it in 50, 100-pound bags, but I just get them in the 20-pound bags. I'm paying 42 cents a pound. In a year from now, or probably 8 months from now, when this really kicks in, and I said it several months ago.
Could be sooner than that.
I said, I think the balloon's going to go up at the end of the summer. It's going to get real bad. That's when the food shortage is going to kick in. There's going to be another lockdown. There's going to be a gas shortage. All of a sudden, it's going to be $8, $9, $10 a gallon for gas, or the gas stations ain't got no gas. That's a way to keep everybody at home when they can't drive. People nowadays ain't used to walking; they're spoiled. They don't know about them LPCs. They don't know about them leather personnel carriers to get out there and walk your ass where you need to be. So if you tie all that, if you tie the no gas, the quarantines, the food shortages in, they got you by the short and curlies, man. And if it happens at the beginning of the winter, when everything comes together at the beginning of the winter, when there ain't no food and it's cold and people can't heat their house, then what you gonna do? Yeah, you're gonna wait in line to get in that Walmart parking lot. You're gonna ask for that nice warm canvas tent and that cot in your MRE. And then what's the admission? Turn in your guns. That's your mission. That's your mission for your MRE. I need your stick.
Another thing you got to think about too, and not you, Ghost. I know you on top. I just like to say it because, the more you say it, the more it might get into somebody's head, and it might watch out for them in the long run. When you're living your day-to-day life, there's things that you take for granted, like your Q-tips, your deodorant, your toothbrushes, your toothpaste. Think about the things that you use on a daily all the time. And instead of thinking that you just need one for now, start thinking I need 3 for now. Yeah. And get 3 things of deodorant. Get an extra toothbrush. Get some extra tubes of toothpaste. Just Q-tips, toothpicks, safety pins, Band-Aids. I'm looking around at, because it ain't
something
right there.
It definitely should be in your preps is baking soda. Baking soda.
Boxes of it. Pick up a box every time you go to the store.
That's your toothpaste right there. Just wet the tip of the toothbrush, dip it in your baking soda. There's your toothpaste right there all day long.
Yeah, you can make a lot of shit with that shit too, man. I used to make my own air fresheners. I used to make my own laundry detergent, liquid and the powder kind. Like, I've got the bars of soap, that old school soap, and man, I got all kinds of stuff, man. I don't play. I learned all that shit.
You can tell Hutch is here. He's in a good mood. Yeah, so they'll never have you by the short and curlies if you manscape. I should have seen that one coming. I didn't know it was in the room.
No doubt.
Should have seen that.
Like, if you wear glasses, get you an extra set of glasses.
Man, I got 4. I got 4 pairs of glasses. I got one in both. I got one in both my bug out bags. The pair I wear now and a pair in my car. No, excuse me. I got 5. I got another pair in the bathroom.
The bug out bag has been, to me, it seems like the bug out bag has been turned into the toy of prepping. Like, everybody has a bug out bag. They don't take it that serious. Like, I got my bug out bag. I got me some fire starters in there. I got me some. No, you really need to think about your bug out bag, because there really could become a time when you need to grab something, walk out the door, and you're never coming back. Anything could happen. Weather, tornado, hurricane, some whatever it is, the liquid plant that's next to you, some liquid mixing up some paint or something, and it explodes and destroys the whole place around you. Like make copies of your driver's license, make copies of your marriage license, make copies of your birth certificates, your social security cards, have them in your bags. You know what I'm saying? Your kids' stuff, all their information, because we don't know. Shit could really hit the fan, and then, you got a whole community dipping and heading into another place. You want to have this information, man, so they don't think you're some, you can't say certain words. I know you can't say the T with error. You know what I'm saying? They might think you're T Everest. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, you want to have your shit together, man. Have your shit together and really do it. Like, if you don't have a bug out bag tomorrow, grab a bag that's in your house or a crate or anything that'll hold something. Put some extra clothes in there. Put a hoodie in there. Put some gloves. Put a hat. Put your paperwork in there. Make copies of it. If you got to, run up to the library. If you got to throw on a mask, go in the library. Make copies of your shit. Get some extra cash on you, have some money on you at all times in your pocket somewhere, $100, $200. I got extra gas tanks on top of my van filled up. I keep my van filled up. I keep extra oil in there, extra brake fluid. I got extra parts for my van. I mean, these are things that you really should fucking do. Shit is bad, man. Shit is no good right now. You got to be up on your game. You got to do it, and you got to do it.
It's funny, people are looking at the news and they see this stuff going on in India, and you start talking oh man, that's so terrible. I'm praying for all those people. No. You are looking at it wrong. You need to be freaking the fuck out is what you need to be doing. You need to be freaking the fuck out and going, oh shit, here we go again. There was already a practice run and it was a pain in the ass. And that's when we had plenty of food and gas. Now it's going to happen again.
Yep.
And it's leading into the winter and we ain't got no food and the supply chain is shit. I mean, they crashed a boat in the Suez Canal to just see how easy it was going to be to shut the world down. You saw what happened there. I mean, how you just going to turn a big ass boat right? Yeah. I mean, how you just going to be driving down the canal and you're the only one that got blown ashore? You just driving down the canal and you just take a right hand turn. I mean, if you look,
and it's funny how
the radar, they were practicing hard right and left turns before they went in the canal.
And how many people just bought it? You know, I seen so many people just buy this shit that they lie about everything. They're not going to tell you the truth that this shit is happening on purpose and there's things going on.
It was windy. Well, it was windy, so that's the only boat. They're a mile apart. That's the only boat that got blown into the side of the canal that's been open for how many years? Yeah. That's the only time. I mean, come on. It just turned right. And there's a radar picture of it practicing hard left and right turns, drawing a big dick in the canal before it went in there. I'm like, you were out there seriously, you were practicing your hard left and right turns. And then you went up in the canal twice the speed limit that you're supposed to be going and just took a hard right. And I told everybody on the video I posted, I said, you watch. They're going to blame it on the female captain of the boat. They're going to say it's all her fault because she's a female and this is a Muslim country, so she's automatically wrong. Now, and then you look at the boat. It was owned by China, leased and operated by a company out of, Taiwan. The boat was tagged in Panama. It was full of products from China headed to Europe. So that's 5 different, not counting that the boat was entirely crewed by people from where? India. So there's 6 different people or entities to blame for one boat. Yeah, come on, man. Nah. None of that makes no sense at all. Now, could it have happened? Could it have been a legit accident? Yeah. Is it likely? No, I don't think so.
Yeah. I
don't think so. And now we're coming into this. Oof.
What gets me is the when you see people, you know, I know a lot of people that they just don't believe anything bad could happen. And every time something bad is happening, they're like, it ain't nothing. Oh, that tornado ain't gonna hit my house. And a lot of times it don't. Oh, this hurricane ain't gonna be nothing. Nah, it ain't gonna be that bad. I ain't going nowhere. But I sit back and I think, and I'm like, I bet you there was some Vietnamese people back in the 60s and 70s that were sitting there with their family like, ain't nothing going to happen. Ain't no Americans going to come over here and you know, do nothing. Oh, the North ain't going to come down here and fuck with us. They don't even like the South. They don't want nothing down here. They don't even like it down here, you know? And then I'm sure there was some older folks in Iraq. Ain't nothing going to happen. Saddam ain't going nowhere. It's going to be the same old shit. It always, you know what I mean? Yeah. And that's the attitude of Americans is like, we can't be touched. You know, there ain't nothing. Oh, no, we can't this, we can't that. We can't this, we can't that. No, the fuck we can't.
Oh, yeah.
We land just like their land. We people just like their people. Shit can come, Jack.
Oh, yeah. And it always does.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Always does. And, you know, I mean, and here's the power of the media. Even when there ain't no big media, if you get enough people telling one story, especially if you're the only one with a microphone, it spreads, man. It spreads. It's like the Civil War. Dude, do you realize that most people don't even know that the Civil War was not fought because of slavery? They literally think that the North went to war against the South to free the slaves. That had absolutely nothing to do with the Civil War. The Civil War got started because the South was taking power in Congress because an amendment was passed called the 3/5 law that delegated 3/5 of a vote for every slave that was owned in the North or the South, which means if you were a slave owner, if I was a slave owner in the South and I had 50 slaves and you were a slave owner in the North and you only had 5 slaves, well, you get like 2.8 additional votes. I'm getting like 25 additional votes, which that goes towards your electoral college votes and your seats in Congress and Senate. So the North got pissed because they were losing. Basically, the Democrats were losing control of the government. That's what the war was started for. It was fought for power to run the country. And then when it looked like the North was getting its ass beat, that's when Abe Lincoln said, I'm going to free the slaves, an Emancipation Proclamation. All right, boys and girls, let's use our brains. If the Civil War was really all about slavery, he would have made that Emancipation Proclamation on day one, brother. Not right before they're getting their ass kicked and then turn the tide of the war and get public sympathy. You know, it was a huge publicity stunt because as soon as the war was over, they still stuck it to the African American in the North and the South. They were actually, most of them were treated better in the South than they were in the North. Now, don't get me wrong, slavery was wrong from day one. I'm just saying they used it as a publicity stunt, as a tool, and this taught in school that the Civil War was fought over slavery because it's a good story. It sells. You can't say that it was fought because the Democrats were mad at the Republicans because they were taking control of the House. You know, that's the story that's told, and that's the story that's taught. What's that saying go? He who wins the war, or he who survives, or the last man standing is the one that writes history. You know, whoever's the one that's there that gets to write it can narrate it however he wants to.
Yeah.
It would have been, yeah, exactly. It was an industrial revolution staying high for life. It had nothing to do with slavery. The only reason the slaves got brought into it was because they were losing. And it was a major, major publicity stunt that gained ground.
I'm just thinking about other stuff. So if you get into some history and stuff, I'm sitting there thinking about something else. You know, it just is what it is. But
well, shit, we're in the bottom of the well by ourselves. What do you want to talk about?
I know. I was just sitting there I'm just sitting there thinking, like, you know, as far as this country goes and this world goes, like, you know, it's not like we just started beefing with countries. It ain't like a country just has a bone to pick with us. Like, there's true decades of hatred and shit building up. Like, this ain't some pot that we just turned up on high and it's getting ready to boil. Like, this shit's been boiling and boiling and boiling and boiling and boiling. Like,
decades.
Yeah, it's like you get closer and closer and closer to shit hitting the fan. And it ain't like, you know, there's always something, you know, in 2012, you know, something bad's over the year 2000, something bad. But in all actuality, the real shit that's happening on this planet and the beef between countries and men, this shit has been going on for so long and getting worse and worse and worse and worse. I mean, everything's getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Like, man, yeah, I just wish people would take it more serious and realize that bad shit can and will happen. And there could be like some really, really bad shit that could happen and will happen.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, a year from now, we might look back on 2020 and be like, damn, I wish we could go back to at least 2020 and be like that again. You know what I'm saying? Because
it was bad, but it wasn't that bad.
And I know there's gonna be people out there that's like, damn, Tribe's on some doomsday shit. He's fear mongering tonight. Like, Tribe don't usually do this, but man, sometimes the shit adds up, man. I'm seeing all the shit that's going on, you know, and a lot of us know it. I watch a lot of channels, and everybody's got their viewpoints on shit, and there's a lot of smart people in this community, and they're watching everything too, man. And it's just not that I don't see any good shit to come. Like, I just see it's got to get bad before it gets better type thing. And it's already bad. So how fucking bad does it got to get?
It's like they got you looking left and right and doing this and doing that. And ain't nobody looking up. It's probably the end's probably going to come from a big ass rock falling out of the sky.
Yeah.
Or Yellowstone deciding it was tired of people coming to look at it and it decides to blow. If that thing goes, forget about it. I mean, just pop off, you know, go ahead and get a bottle, whatever beer you got, pull it out, you know, just have a good one. It's coming, you know.
Yes, sir. Yes,
that
sir.
Motherfucker pops. It's on. I mean, it's on.
I've watched some things on it and read some things about it, man. That would be some crazy shit if that happened.
Well, there's like different levels. I tell you though, man.
What's up?
I was saying there's different levels of eruptions that's happened over the past couple million years. Sometimes it's like a small one, sometimes it's medium, and sometimes it's like everybody's fucked. You know, so it depends on which one we get. You know?
And we're like right at that time period where it's like it's overdue, a matter of fact.
Yeah. But that now they're speculating that some of the science speculating that since there's so much activity, geothermal activity, with the heat coming up through all the vents and the geysers, as a relief valve. Building
You're breaking
up.
up. You're breaking up
What's that?
real bad. I'm getting like one word.
How about now? Still?
Well, that's a little better, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, but they're saying that the geysers. No, well, you talk. I'll wait till
Yeah,
my
you're
shit
good.
clears
You're good.
up.
No, I think you're good now. That sounded good.
Okay, well, they're saying that some of the scientists are speculating that the geysers that keep going off on a regular basis are actually relieving pressure, so it may not blow for a while longer instead of it just building
Oh,
up. You know
okay.
what I mean?
Right, right. Well,
But
that's a
there's no
good
way to
thing.
really test if it's always done that.
Shit, I'm also worried about all this alien shit that the government wants to come out with. I mean, why all of a sudden, you know what I mean? It's kind of crazy. They never wanted to tell us that shit. Now all of a sudden they want to drop everything on us and be like, oh well, yeah, the crash landings, and yeah, we found this and we found that, and yeah, this is real, and here's the videos, and like, damn, really? Like,
Yeah,
how'd that happen? How all of a sudden y'all want to be open about this shit?
yeah,
I'm starting to believe backwards. I'm starting to think that there's some devils we know there's some devils in the office anyway, but I'm starting to think there's some
real.
real devils in the office, and they getting ready to bring in their homeboys.
Now we can now we can get into that whole thing. Is the moon hollow? Was it manufactured? I mean, bro. You realize
Is there antennas inside of it?
there's documented footage from astronauts that have stated and NASA documents that have been released where they heard a strange noise on the moon when they crashed one of the landers into it because they set up seismometers, and it rang like a bell for like 30 hours, like it was hollow. And then they conducted experiments where they actually crash landed shit and listened to it, and it rang like a bell, like it was hollow. And then there's even reports in the Bible and some cave writings about that all this happened before the moon was here. There's even writings in the Bible of things happening before there was a moon, suggesting that it was manufactured and it was stuck up there by aliens as a way to watch us. That's why it never spins. You always see the same side of the moon.
Right, right.
Ghost preppers.
Shit, you never
So
know, man. Anything's possible.
yeah, we're at the bottom of the well. None of you motherfuckers threw us a rope, so you get what you get.
That's right.
Your water. We're looking up the sky. Your water storage gets destroyed. You can't go out because of unrest. What are some ways you get water? I'm assuming that's a generic question because brother, I got water. I got access to water. I'm really close to the water table. Probably in half a day to a day's time, I could dig a well by hand. But I have a massive lake and I have water filtration, and that's something else too, guys. If you got a Berkey water filter, don't just go dig up muddy water and contaminated water with volcanic ash or radioactivity or whatever else and just dump it in the Berkey. Get you a bucket with a t-shirt and pre-filter it, okay? Make it easier on your filters to work. You want to filter out as much as you can before you put it into the Berkey or any filtration system. If you can get as much gunk out of there, a t-shirt can filter out a lot. Or you can a filter out of straw, grass, rocks, and biochar, little sand, and pre-filter it, and then run it through your Berkey. You're going to extend the life of your filter. You're going to get way more water out of it. But
And we've been living on this planet a long time without life straws and Sawyer minis.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I thought that was funny. I watched a couple of things about NASA and the moon, and it really makes you think when you see these cave drawings of when the moon wasn't there, and they actually mention before the moon was put there, is the way they worded it, like it was put there on purpose, which is a trip.
I like what Ronnie Braun just said. Maybe they want other conspiratorial countries to think that we have the special alien technology. Yeah, that's why they're releasing all this info and saying all these things to make these other countries. Hey, that's a possibility.
Yeah. Apparently, supposedly,
Ark Living, what's up?
Arkansas, supposedly there was actually a manned moon mission, Apollo 18, that nobody knew about. Apparently, that went there and landed on the moon, and their mission was to investigate Russian Russian moon landing, and they found a whole bunch of dead Russian cosmonauts laying on the moon. Ship was all fucked up, but yeah, it's like a big conspiracy theory. And here's the thing: there's like declassified documents and an interview with one of the astronauts that was up there that said, "Hey, this is what we saw, and that's why we ain't never been back." Because everybody always asks, "Why ain't you been back?"
Shit.
Now you want to talk about going to Mars? Motherfucker, you can't even go to the moon to make it work. How you gonna go to Mars? Shut up, Elon. You can't go to the moon. You can't go to the moon, but you're gonna go to Mars. Man, get the hell out of here. Come on, man. If I had $1 billion and I was gonna go to Mars, don't you think I would make proof of concept and go to the moon and make it work? I mean, it's right there. You'd be there in a week, not 6 months.
I don't know, man. Maybe there's some good weed on Mars.
Might be. You know ain't no telling. But the whole thing about the aliens, I think it's a trip, because to me, I think it's pretty fucking arrogant for anybody on the planet if you believe that Earth is round and all that good stuff. Because there's a lot of people that think it's flat, a lot of people think it's round, a lot of people think it's a square. And if you think about it, I mean, where did the saying come from to the four corners of the Earth? That had to come from somewhere. Was it because the map was drawn on a flat piece of paper and had four corners? Or does it really actually have four corners? You know what I mean?
Man, I am not going to go flat earther up in this joint goes.
Dude, I'll go anywhere, bro. I'll go anywhere.
Me second guessing circles and shit. Like,
because here's the thing. I don't even care if it's flat or round. It ain't going to change how it's not going to change my situation. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's flat, round, it could be a triangle. We could be living in a big ant farm for some alien. I don't know. It is what it is. But
who knows? We could be in somebody's bladder. We might be a cell.
I know, right?
Some beings being. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Here you go, Leslie. I was just fixing to say this. Check this out. It kills me when we can have a perfect picture of Mars, but we can't even get a clear damn picture of the guy who robbed the bank down the street. It doesn't make any damn sense. Yeah, exactly.
No doubt.
But I mean, you think about some of the shit that they put out there, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's awesome. The Hubble Space Telescope is showing, looking back in time." Well, point that motherfucker at the moon. Come on now, it's right there. But they just dodge that fact. Like, oh well, we got telescopes, and we can't go back to the moon because we lost the technology. Lost the technology. You had the computing power of a coffee maker, and it was a bicycle wrapped in aluminum foil. What kind of technology are we talking about?
Well, I think this, man. I think maybe the moon just sucks. They've already been there. They realize it's just a sucky little piece of shit. So it's like this, man. If I went to this waterway down here and didn't catch no fish, and I'm like, damn, well, I ain't gonna go there. I'm gonna go to the next waterway that's another 30 miles down the street. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I understand your point about, hey, let's do it on the moon first, but really the moon like sucks. It's a sucky little thing up there. Move the damn tides and sit up there and look, white or whatever, or gray or whatever it is. Maybe it just sucks. Maybe they've been there. They realize that the moon just sucks, so they don't want to go back and they want to try something else. You know what I'm saying?
But I understand that point. But if you're gonna ask people to get on the nose end of a big ass rocket and go into space with no oxygen, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You got to at least say, hey, if something goes wrong, we can get you in a week. We can be there in a week, maybe a little bit faster. I mean, we had 4 or 5 badass space shuttles that could do all kind of shit. How the fuck you just kept doing donuts in the sky? Why you ain't pointed at the moon? You had plenty enough gas. You reduce it to the accelerator one time. You send it back into space. You carry your momentum unless you put the brakes on. You could have been there in a few days, went around the moon a few times, come on back. But no, you just go up in space and up in the sky and do some donuts upside down. Come on, man. And the moon's right there.
What I'd like to know is how NASA can sit there and say that they know what Jupiter is made of and they know what its core is and all this. Like, how the fuck do you know? You don't even know what Earth is. Y'all don't even know what's in the ocean right now. Y'all said y'all only found like 10% of living life in the ocean, and you gonna sit here and tell me everything about Jupiter.
Yeah, that's my point.
You don't know what the hell's going on in Jupiter, motherfuckers.
It's just a way to get all these millions and billions of dollars into their budget every year. That they get to lose 15% of it and give everybody crazy bonuses, and they half-ass do their write-ups to Congress IRS at the end of the year to get more money the next year. But I mean, from a common sense business standpoint, I was wanting to put people on Mars, to have a colony on Mars, to live in an atmosphere void of oxygen. All right. I'm going to want a test run. I'm going to try it out on the moon at a fraction of the price before I do it on Mars, because everything that's going to work on Mars is going to work on the moon. Neither one of them got air. You need air and you need water and you need food. You can make your water and you can make your food if you got air.
I don't know. There's a difference, man. I hear what you're saying and I get it, but I just, a moon is way, well, I mean, I think the moon is just a way different thing than a planet would, the moon's not a planet. Mars is a planet. Like, I would much rather try to get to Mars than to worry about getting to the moon. You know what I mean?
No, I'm saying that's a goal. Getting to Mars is obviously a goal. But why can't
I see what you're saying, though. Like
go to the moon and test drive your shit and make sure your tent works. You know what I'm saying? As in prepping, go out in the backyard and try it out.
I got you.
Moon's in the backyard. Go make sure the shit works. Then go.
Got to crawl before you walk.
Make sure that ass tent you just bought for $50 gazillion to go live on Mars. How about right out to the moon and make sure that some bitch works? I pack it up and put it on the ship. You know what I mean? Just and a common sense standpoint, it don't make no sense to me. It's like playing baseball, and you just gonna walk up to the bat and just, even though you barely made it out of the infield, you're gonna go for third base. Motherfucker, you might get a single. Get your ass to the moon and shut up. I mean, you can't.
Yeah, but it ain't like it's NASA. It's Elon Musk, so it's just his dream. It's just his thing. So I get it. I get why he's fixated on Mars. That's his thing. That's what he wants to sink all his money in and collect money from others to sink it in. And if he's even doing, I mean, he might just be a slick con man getting money and stuff.
Oh, he's getting a shitload of money from NASA. He's getting a shitload of money from the government to do all these joint ventures with this internet, sky, satellites, and all this stuff. Yeah. So I mean, of course, Mars would be the goal, or one of the first goals as far as exploration in the solar system. But
would you? Okay, it's like this too. Like the interest, like. Oh, we're going to the moon today. Oh, okay, motherfuckers, you already been there. Oh, we're leaving now and we're going to Mars. You are? Shit, let me turn this on real quick. Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But they're talking about one of the missions one of the goals is to go to Mars and terraform it to make it safe for humans and go there and blow all this carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and to somehow make it an oxygen-rich environment where it can be terraformed. Well, still, that leads me back to the moon, because the moon is in the Goldilocks zone, just like the Earth, which means all you got to do is give it an atmosphere and you'll be able to grow plants and have water and the whole 9 yards and go outside and lay in the sun and all this and that and the other, versus going to Mars and trying to do it there. So, and even all your space movies, Star Trek and all that, they all got a moon base. That's where they started, because it's just freaking common sense. And supposedly the moon is made up of the same material that the Earth is made up of, because it came from the Earth. So there's a massive mineral deposit up there that could be mined, and you're talking about we're destroying our atmosphere and they want to terraform it and fix this one. Well, go up there and practice, man. Why you want to go to Mars and terraform Mars? Fix Earth. If you can fix a planet that ain't got no oxygen, fix this one.
Because they watch that movie, man. They think they can stick their hand in that machine and it's going to melt those things and make the atmosphere. And they're going to have Arnold Schwarzenegger up there and the three booby girl and all that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Total Recall.
Yeah, that's it.
And the guy with the dude coming out.
That's true. Hutch just hit a good point. If we do fuck with the moon and we fuck it up, the Earth get real messed up.
It's already messed up.
But like messed up to the point of no return. I mean, the moon controls the waters, man. If these waters go crazy, look what happened in Japan.
If that is actually true, there's no way to prove that the moon affects the tides. It could just be the way to, I mean, I mean, because according to the Bible and a whole bunch of different things, the moon wasn't always up there. So, I mean, this thing.
But it wasn't always water neither.
True. What, here?
Yeah,
Not
wasn't
always.
it like at some point it was just all volcanic and
Yeah. That's what they say. But I mean, this is all hypothesis. We don't know. Somebody could have, one of them big gods up there, one of the other entities could have ordered the Earth off of Amazon for all we know, and just had it set right here and put us on it. We could have all been mail ordered and stuck right here. We don't know. All this stuff we're reading in science, this is scientific fact. Well, no, it ain't, because everything in science is a hypothesis. Nothing is proven. Like the law of gravity. You got hit in the head with a fucking apple. You named it gravity. And then you come up with a really cool reason that comes from the center of the earth, because this is spinning this way and this is spinning that way. Have you been there? Did you get in? Did you go in a hole? But you got all these cool maps. On
Can you can gravity? Can you can it?
If I can figure it out, I'll figure it out.
Right.
But actually, according to the laws of gravity, every time I can gravity, because all the stuff sits on the bottom of the jar.
Just saying. Got that right.
Just saying.
Just saying. No
doubt. I mean, hell, Pluto used to be a planet. Now it ain't a planet no more.
I know. How'd they figure that shit out?
Exactly. Yeah, it's going to be a big ass rock. It's going to fall out the sky and fix all this shit. I can feel it. But I mean,
it'll probably be the death of us all.
Jupiter Ascending gets into some. Oh, yeah, it does. You ever seen that movie, Jupiter Ascending? It's got Mila Kunis and Channing Tatum in it. You ain't seen Jupiter Rising, man.
Is it good?
It's a trip. It's really good. It's crazy, but it's a trip. It'll make you don't talk about going down a rabbit hole. Oh yeah, it's a trip.
Babe, you gotta write that down. Jupiter Ascending. Babe. Oh, my bad. Who else is in it? Mila Kunis and who? Channing Tatum?
Yeah, I know it's Channing Tatum. I think it's Mila Kunis. I think it's that. No, it's that chick from the '70s show, not Hot Donna, but the other one. Is that her name, Mila Kunis?
Yeah, she's nice.
Yeah, I think it's her. Oh, I know it's Channing Tatum.
The white sitting right there, man. I can't talk too much shit.
Yeah, the movie's a trip, man. It's got some good special effects, and it's got a crazy theory of how things work. But it's a trip. It's a really good movie, and it's like even that movie John Carter. Have you seen that one about Mars? It's like a 3-hour movie, man.
I don't think so.
Got the guy from Battleship, the dude that played the lead role in Battleship. What's his name? Taylor Kitsch. Yeah, Taylor Kitsch. Man. Dude, you got to watch John Carpenter. It's about Mars and Earth.
Sounds like I got to watch Battleship too.
Battleship's good. It's about Edgar Rice Burroughs. It's kind of like a true, not true story, but it's a trip, man. It's crazy. Yeah, that movie is great.
I love a good movie, man.
Oh, it's good, bro. It is good. It is real good. It's like legit. It's like legit 3 hours long. The special effects are insane. It's really good. But yeah, it's all about. And the thing is, this happens back like in the 1860s, 1870s.
Ah, okay. I like those old time movies.
Oh, it's got a little bit of Wild West shit in it too before he goes to Mars. It's a trip how he gets there and the whole plot.
I like the old history movies. I like the Bravehearts and Kingdom of Heaven, man. I thought that was a really good movie. I like those kind of movies, man.
Yeah, Braveheart's one of my favorite movies, man.
Hell yeah. It's the shit.
Yeah, it is Mila Kunis. Yeah, it's Mila Kunis. And she's looking all right.
Yes, indeed.
Indeed.
They want to know who your free pass is, Niecy. I already said it. Channing Tatum. That's one.
It's probably some Panamanian dude we ain't never heard of. I'm gonna catch hell for that.
I don't know. She might be she's over there concentrating. She might be looking up news or something. Did you hear Ghost? Oh, you missed it. We're talking about free passes like Mila Kunis. I can talk about Mila Kunis being cute. They say, "Who's your free pass?" And Ghost was like, "Probably some Panamanian dude."
Man, that was a cool video y'all did the other night, fishing with the moon.
Yeah.
That was sweet. That was like a really cool picture of the moon. I went outside and looked at it after y'all were done. It was huge. It was badass. Yeah. It was like the pink super moon or something.
Yep. It was pretty cool, man.
Can't tell me you don't want to go there and hang out for a day or two on the moon. That'd be kind of fun.
Oh, I like the moon, man. Look at my I got a black moon for my logo now.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, behind the Prepper Tribe and stuff is a black moon.
Sweetness. Where'd everybody go? I ain't seen Hutch in a minute. I ain't seen Backwoods in a minute.
Oh no, they might have dipped out, man.
They might have.
Started talking to aliens and shit. Backwoods like, man, I'm out. I'm gonna go mess with my chickens.
He can go, bro, down a hole quick. He usually jumps in a rabbit hole before I do. I'm usually hanging onto his feet. I fall in behind him. He's kind of like that in The Walking Dead.
Said he's lurking. Oh, sorry.
Remember in The Walking Dead when they're on the farm and they're trying to get that walker out of the well? Remember they're trying to pull that dead walker up out of the well, and they just don't want to leave the well. That's Backwoods.
I don't know. I don't remember that scene. I watched like almost every season up until here the past like 2 years. I stopped watching. Once they flew Rick Grimes off in a helicopter, I was like, nah, I'm done. Y'all was supposed to kill him. If they would have killed him, I would have kept watching, but they didn't kill him.
It actually got really, really good after he left.
Really?
Oh man, it got really after he left, they took it in like different directions. I mean, they went legit. It got hardcore, bro. Like when Rick was there, especially in the first couple 3 years, it was like some decent special effects and people dying and shit. But after Rick left, bro, they're straight murdering people. They're like straight murdering the ones that you don't want to get murdered, and they're not doing it in a nice way. Yeah, you need to get caught up. Yeah, and then this past one with the COVID shutdown was a good season, and then they added 6 extra episodes, right? And they're like one episode focuses just on Daryl, the other one focuses like just on Carol, the other one focuses like on the preacher and somebody else. But the last episode of this past season was just on Negan, bro. I'm here to tell you, it's the best, in my opinion, it's the best episode of Walking Dead they've ever had since day one. This last episode was on Negan. It gives you a whole backstory.
I'll be honest with you, man. It was just way too many commercials. There was more commercials than the show. That shit got so commercialized. I mean, it was just commercial. I just got sick of it.
I bought the whole series on Amazon. I just watch it without the fucking commercials and shit. It's like $1 an episode. But yeah, this last one with Negan, bro. This last one with Negan, it gives you a complete backstory on how he got formed and where he got his bat and how he got his bat, and it tied everything. Like it legit almost made me want to start crying. I felt bad for that dude. Like they completely flipped the script on Negan to where even though he's an asshole and a bad guy, it's almost like now you understand why. It wasn't because he wanted to be, it's because he didn't have a choice but to be. And it actually makes it look like Rick Grimes and their crew were actually the bad guys.
Really?
There's actually a theory. It's like some people on one side of the camp, some people on the other side of the camp, because if you think about it, when they went to Hilltop, they're like, fuck it, we'll go kill them. You know what I mean? They're like, yeah. Violence ain't never been a problem. And they just went up and killed them while they were sleeping. That's kind of fucked up when you really think about it. Yeah. I'm like, damn, they just kind of killed them, just like killed them. You know what I mean? So they
did turn into some ruthless, that whole crew turned into some ruthless.
Yeah, who's to say who's bad and who's not bad? Now, granted, he caved in my boy's head with that bat, both my guys. Like, yeah. But I mean, you're talking the SHTF situation, and they just rolled up into your camp and killed a bunch of your people while they were asleep. What the fuck you expect them gonna do? It's like some it's a trip, man. Especially this last episode. I watched it twice already. It's like that good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send Backwoods the link. See if he wants to come up in here. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care, man. I'm not gonna stay on much longer though. We've been on here like 2 hours and 40 minutes. Man, I've been live every night for the past like 4 or 5 nights. It's been crazy, man. It's been crazy.
I appreciate you doing this for me tonight.
Oh, of course, man.
Trying to get them hours.
Man. I appreciate you having me on. Shit, you know I like hanging out with you, man.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, it's gonna be fun doing Hutch's. Hutch's got a really good scenario. I got like 4 lined up, and then if I have to, I'll just go back and redo the ones that I videotaped, and because I videotaped them in like 10, 15-minute little shorts that I could do like an hour, 2 hour long deal. That'd be kind of cool.
I think it's a pretty good idea that when you do somebody's thing, like after you answer the questions and get into it and stuff, then you bring that person on the show.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? Then
face to
boom,
face.
really get into it with them, and that'd be cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought that was kind of a cool way to do it, But some people might not want to, and that's cool. But what are you gonna do?
Just if they want to, it'd be a good idea. Cool concept. Nobody else doing that at all. That's new.
True. Let me take a picture of this damn thing for Backwoods. So I want them to do the whole fucking thing here. Where's the fucking link?
What's up, Ark Wild, man? What's going on?
Ark Wild Man's up in here?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Leslie. I'm sitting there reading the chat, making headstones with their names on it and stuff. It's pretty cool.
There you go, Backwoods. I just dropped the link if you want to come up. Yeah, and it's kind of funny because a lot of people make fun of The Walking Dead. I did too at first, being a prepper. And like, they legit cover a lot of good stuff lightly. They don't dig into it, but they cover it lightly. Obviously they completely leave out the importance of water, which is just ridiculous in my opinion. But what are you gonna do?
What's up, Backwoods?
What up?
What's going on?
Man, we just got issued a tornado watch.
What?
Man, it just don't stop around that joker, man.
I know.
Well, at least it's a watch.
No, man. No, not him. No.
I'm out. See y'all.
Dang it.
I smell funny.
You just look funny. But you always did. So, since you shaved your beard, you started taking that Justin Bieber Gone Country look,
Well, I'm trying to get into country music.
That's for you.
He done dyed that beard.
All right.
It is nice that it's growing back in, though.
It'll be back.
He needs something to cover that damn ugly mug up. Jeez.
I'm growing it back so I can have it implanted on my head when I get to ready.
Well, if I would have went the opposite way and been something like, well, you really look cute with that beard, then everybody would have been talking shit. You know what I'm saying? So
I guess we should all cut ours off and donate it to Tribe, it looks
like. No doubt. I need some help.
God.
The outsider.
Way too much Arkansas, as the outsider said.
The outsider said it just got weird. Way.
Yeah.
Too much Arkansas. Yeah. Well, you know, it just is what it is. So y'all been like, man, I thought I was a rabbit hole kind of guy. Y'all been way down the rabbit hole, man. I've been over here like at one point I kind of started hiding under the table because I heard a noise outside and shit. I was looking. I was like, what the hell's going on out there? I thought the alien was coming to get me.
Yes, indeed.
Well, I figured
it's
if
fun,
we're gonna
man.
have good mods, and I want to give them a workout. I want to have them trying to find somebody in Mexico that deals with the moon. Just try to confuse them a little bit.
What?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I missed some of what y'all was talking about. A zombie stuck in a water well on the moon that they were trying to get out or something. I didn't.
I was talking about an episode of The Walking Dead when there was he stuck in the well and they were trying to get it out. The tribe were talking about how me and Backwoods went down a rabbit hole. And I said, no, I followed the well. He couldn't get him out. We threw him a rope, but still couldn't get him to come out.
Did you see what Lake Perry said? If you'll, and that's actually a really good thought. You know, if you'll stop wearing that hat, you know, because things that grow need sunshine. So maybe, you know, it's like if you'll stop wearing that hat, you know, it's like you got a bunch of dead grass. You know, like you got you know, like if you throw a piece of something on the grass outside and you know, you leave it there for several days and you go pick it up and all the grass is dead underneath. That might be your problem, bro. Might need to.
Got tomato plants growing on his head.
There's two critical thoughts that come to mind. One of them is that it's gardening season and Miracle-Gro is extremely expensive.
Sure.
And I can't eat my hair. The other thing is that completely solves the mystery about the story you getting in trouble with your neighbors for laying outside naked.
Yeah, it does, actually.
Well, I mean,
it just got weird.
Well, see, that's the thing about this country is that I got the freedom to lay outside in my backyard naked, but they don't have to look. If they're looking, that's on them.
And Tribe, you realize they were busting our balls about us going down a rabbit hole.
I know. The hell did this just turn into?
Well, I mean,
if sunshine grows hair, it's liable to grow other stuff.
I tried to ask y'all about some water stuff a while ago, man. Y'all just like
I just got that. I'm a little slow. I'm getting tired.
I did, man. I tried to ask y'all about water and stuff, and y'all was like, well, we got a couple of creeks, and I said in there you can't go outside because of unrest. And y'all was like, oh, we'll just run outside and grab some water out of the pond or something, you know. And I was like, well, okay. And then y'all went right back down the rabbit hole. I tried to pull y'all out of it. So
we like them rabbit holes.
I see that.
Ark Wildman says he's got plenty of animal fertilizer.
You know, I was thinking, a lot of people don't realize you got a 40 or 50 gallon water tank in your house, your water heater.
Yeah. As long as you got a water hose hook on to it.
Yeah.
Don't forget to release the pop-off valve on the top. You'll think it won't have nothing in it.
Yeah. True.
Yep. Like Ferry wants to know why you outside naked.
Well, that's none of her business.
Boner zombies running around.
For real. Man, that Z Nation, did y'all ever see that?
I watched a couple episodes, but it was like a B-rated.
man, I loved it. I'm gonna tell you. And dude, they did one episode where they came up on this Pfizer plant, and it was where they had the little blue pills, and all the zombies was running around with the boners, and they were having sex, and the people were looking in the binoculars, and they was like, "Oh my God, look what they're doing!" And somebody was like, "I want to see, I want to see." That's looking.
Is that
Are you
the
for real
series?
serious?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yes, it was hilarious, dude. I was laughing plumb off the couch, man. It was so funny, dude.
You gotta watch it.
Is that the series that was like I watched something and it was about zombies, and it seemed like each episode was like a full season of The Walking Dead but crammed into one episode. And then the next episode it was like it copied The Walking Dead, but it would have been a whole season of Walking Dead, but they crammed it all into one episode. I don't know, man. Might have been the same one. Who the fuck knows?
Prepper 101. That's for women only. I told you. I know. See, look, you keep texting me and keep emailing me about this, and I've told you it is straight up women only. Women only. I'm not sending it.
Maybe he's trying to get a copy for his girlfriend or his wife.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Maybe it's like a birthday present or a Christmas present.
I'm a heck of a stocking stuffer.
I was thinking more like the Rotary Club or something.
Come on, man. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna be up for a while.
We gotta make sure we hold on to that one until Christmas. That's gonna come in handy. You're a heck of a stocking stuffer. Hey, that could be some merch, brother. That could be some merch right there.
Arkansas Living's like, I can't wait to order that shit. I'll be number one on the order list.
Range 15.
It's gonna be an old sock filled full of toilet paper with a beanie weenie laying on top of
it. You want a funny zombie movie? Watch Range 15. That is a hilarious movie, and it is definitely not child friendly. It's damn near ought to be X-rated. That movie is hilarious.
I gotta write this shit down, man, so
I ain't seen that.
Range 15 was made by Army vets, disabled veterans. A couple of them are amputees. It is hilarious, and it's got some big stars in it. William Shatner, a bunch of big stars in it.
Yeah, it took them a long time to make that too. I think because they were playing on Matt Best's channel. You know how he does those little parodies, like when it's Halloween and you're at the veteran's house or something like that. And yeah, y'all hold on a minute.
Yeah, and there's some big stars in it. A lot of them donated their time because obviously it wasn't a big budget movie. They were doing it for shits. I think they were actually trying to raise money, and they made it. A lot of the movie was made with donations, I believe. But Tim Kennedy's in it. You know, badass Tim Kennedy's in it. There's a lot of big stuff in it, and it is hilarious. Called Range 15.
So I was asking that question earlier, Ghost, and you was just talking about going to the water resource down the road or whatever. Yeah. But I was kind of leaving it to you couldn't really leave your house area because of there was unrest. Yeah, you know, it was not really safe to. That's kind of where I was going with that, you know, and I was going to use the fact that, you know, you can use tarps and things like that to gather water, you know, overnight.
Rain collection.
Yeah, rain
collection, hot heater. Yeah.
I was trying to bring y'all out of the rabbit hole, man, and y'all looked at that rope that I threw down, and you was like, and y'all dove deeper.
We were having too much fun, man.
I'm telling you.
Having too much fun down there.
Exactly. up there. I think it was actually on the moon. And see, there ain't no gravity up there, so the rope it wouldn't reach.
Oh,
It just kept floating.
it just kind of floated around a little bit.
Yeah. Well, plus, see, if you're on a flat Earth versus, it's going to be hard to see the rope because of the reflection, from the flat Earth with the water versus on the floating water. So the rope, it would either look like a rope or maybe a little spaghetti noodle. It just depends.
Right.
They need to put a cell phone antenna on the moon so we can get better reception.
Yeah. There's my point. There's a whole lot of stuff we could do on the moon.
Do y'all think that CME that happened the other day? Because I've noticed like multiple people over the last couple of days have been really talking about a lot of their internet. Just, my internet's been just going in and out and in and out and in and out. And a lot of people's internet has been doing that. I've been noticing that.
Yeah.
A lot of people talking about internet. Huh?
Yeah, I'm getting messages in the chat saying I'm cutting in and out right now.
Yeah, there's definitely some shit going on. I don't know what it is, but
yeah, I'm just kind of curious.
Mine's been going on for about 3 weeks. I think maybe it might have something to do with Elon Musk.
it's definitely Backwoods. It's because Backwoods started going live all the damn time. He done messed everything up. He done sucked up all the juice.
Broke the internet.
Done broke the internet.
Broke the internet.
I don't doubt that, man. I tend to break stuff.
It happens. What are you gonna do?
But I can fix it though. Break it.
So did y'all fix the Constitution tonight?
Yeah, we had a good show on the Constitution we had.
So y'all fixed all the problems. You got the Constitution works again. Change the batteries.
Yeah,
it's all good.
Yeah, it was actually a really good show, man, about the 9th and 10th Amendment and just the fact that how that the forefathers actually, when they were writing the Constitution, they actually voted 10-0 to not put amendments in originally because they didn't feel that they felt like the government was supposed to be so limited that there was no point in putting in something so obvious, that we had just inalienable rights, And I guess over time, they finally started to figure out that, they could see where the government was going to grow too big, you know what I mean? And could grow big. And so then they decided to start putting in. But yeah, originally in the original deal, they voted 10-0 to not put any amendments in.
Wow.
Wouldn't that be some shit now?
Yeah.
We didn't have any
amendments in there now, and they that's
actually,
yeah.
I think some of the stuff that I've read back in the past, back pre-Civil War, going all the way back to a lot of the founding papers, Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers and all that stuff, is that they never, the original stuff wasn't never really designed to encompass such a large area that our country has become and such a large population that it's become. That's why there's a lot of people that were advocating for balkanization, even back before the Civil War started, to separate up into separate, kind of separate groups of states that were smaller and easier for an individual government to manage, and then you have commerce between them.
Did you see what our Senate did today?
I did see what our Senate does today, and just crossing my fingers that the House is going to do what the Senate did.
Yep.
Wow, what happened? What happened?
They basically went in and so we had one of them, basically like a sanctuary state type thing, where we were sovereign from the government, from the federal government, where they could any Second Amendment laws, things like that, you know, that the federal government tries to pass, you know, so in other words, like a sanctuary state. And our freaking governor vetoed it. Man was like, nope. And so the Senate went in today and overrode his veto and was like, piss on you, governor. And so they're so it's got to go to the House, but I don't think, I mean, it went through and passed the first time, so I figure they'll completely override his veto, and will become a sure enough sanctuary state.
I always wondered about that. Like, do you think that other states and other people will flock to your state once something like that happens? Like,
well,
you know what I mean?
There's already multiple states that have already done this, and other states that are coming into it, because it's basically a bunch of smart legislators that are actually doing their damn job and getting out there and saying, you know, we've had enough of the federal government. You know, the federal government has gotten way too big and overreaching, and they are, you know, they're even wanting to federalize basically the voting deal, so that the federal government actually controls all the voting and the states can no longer control it. Man, you know, so
no sir.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the whole point of, you know, a lot of these states saying, you know, screw this. Y'all are on a federal level. You're supposed to be taking care of stuff going on overseas and some infrastructure stuff, but other than that, y'all need to stay out. You know, we ain't abiding by y'all stupid laws. Y'all can forget it. And that goes with a lot of these states who have already done the marijuana thing too. You know, whether you agree with marijuana or not, you know, it still falls into the same thing. You know, that the federal government has no authority over each state to decide, you know, what's right for their state.
Right. And now you got states like, you know, Arkansas won today in Arizona won today in court on them not imposing the for the ballot checking and in discrepancy today. I think it goes back to court Monday, but they're still doing that audit in a positive direction, and there's going to be several others that are going to get audited, which could really mix things up. And then you got Mayor Gavin Newsom votes they needed to do a recall on him, and now they've already got, I think, 6 different people. One of them is Bruce Jenner.
Yeah, I've seen that.
We're calling that other name because that's not his fucking name. The guy, Bruce Jenner, that used to be Olympian. Yeah, she's going to run for governor. There's like 5 or 6 people, but so they're actually, the way it works is a 2-part deal. They got the votes once they're all verified, and they're verified already. There's a two-part question that's put forward. One is, do you agree to recall Gavin Newsom? If the answer is yes, then there's an immediate vote on which candidate is going to replace him. Just like that's how Arnold Schwarzenegger got vote. So it'd be the same thing, and then they'll vote to recall and replace him. And a lot of people thought that he would just run again and try to get reelected, but he can't. You know, once the vote happens, it happens. So in that case, I mean, people are yelling, you know, California turned red, California turned red. Hell, as far as I'm concerned, it was red November the 5th. But that's just my.
Well, but you know, so let's say these states do, like let's say Arizona, and they do decide or find that there was some messing around, I guess you can say, you know, and it actually went the other way. And let's say if some other states start to follow, and they start to find that there was messing around, and it actually went the other way. What really can be done at this point? Can someone who fraudulently got sworn in be taken back out, since it was not a real, you know what I'm saying, since it was fraudulent how they got there to begin with. Can that be overturned?
It's not problem now. I haven't researched it. If there was, I won't say the F word. I'll say if there was a mistake made somewhere along the way by one or many people, if there was a mistake, an error, there could have been an error made in tabulation. And if that error is found, there will obviously, it's going to be it's a Supreme Court thing. They're going to have to rule on that because it's never happened before. You know what I mean?
Well,
if that comes
that's what I'm getting at.
up, and that means that everything from January 20th till now, every single bit of executive orders, every single bit of legislation, every piece that was ruled by the Supreme Court, everything in any one of the three branches is null and void. It was all done under, technically it would be an illegitimate government if the numbers weren't correct. If somebody miscounted, if there was an accident and if somebody hit the wrong button on the calculator and it was an accidental something, then everything from January 20th till now is null and void. Every single executive order, every single thing will be recalled. So yeah, it'll be an interesting time if it does go that route.
So would that be, Stephanie Joe Roundtree just said, I think the military would take over. Would that be a role of a military at that point to?
Absolutely not. The military is not involved in any way, shape, or form with elections or enforcing elections. What would actually happen is the Speaker of the House would be interim president until things were put into place. That's just the way it's written in the Constitution, brother. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
I know.
Unless, here's where it gets really confusing, because if the clerical or computer error that was made, the virus, whatever it was, the accidental thing happened, if it actually influenced more than just the presidential election, then any election they can tie it to would be null and void. So that person who is Speaker of the House may not actually be Speaker of the House. So it could go pretty far down the line.
True, because wouldn't boy.
In a situation like that, I actually believe the military would have to step in, because I'm pretty sure most of the people in the presidential chain of succession are going to be affected in one way or another by wrong numbers being entered on the computer or somebody making a mistake. So yeah, there would have to be an outside, probably the Supreme Court would actually probably have to rule on that, like legit.
Well,
United Nations.
Because every single member of the Supreme Court was there before any of the elections, so they're all legit. They're not going anywhere.
I'm gonna say.
But
well, I'm gonna say with the vibe of the way a lot of the country is right now, I'm gonna say if the United Nations stepped on this soil to take over in any kind of way, it would not be nice at all. It would be. I think it would really turn out to be a really, really bad deal.
They're not that stupid. I don't think they'll ever come to that. If it does, that's a whole nother word. It starts with a couple of really familiar letters that we won't say. But yeah, that ain't gonna happen. But no, the error that caused this accidental glitch, everything from January 20 till now is null and void. Any other elections that are tied to the computer error would be null and void. And the only elections that aren't done that way are the nominations to the Supreme Court. So all those nominations are legit. So it would be up to the Supreme Court before the military. They would, in my opinion, because the legislative and the executive branch are compromised. So the judicial branch that would take over. and then they would come up with a way to design things. I would think.
What's your thoughts? No.
I think it'd be a big pile of crap. That's
I agree.
Right.
So,
well, yeah.
There's a new late show, Backwoods Ghost Tribe Living. That's a long fucking name.
We're YouTubers, man. We're YouTubers.
But you think about that. That would be a really messy situation, and it would all rest on the Supreme Court. For real, legitimately, they would have to institute new elections, probably for offices first, and then the higher offices first order, like legit.
I'm thinking, I guess what I got on my mind with all that, which I'm pretty sure the order of everything that you just said, the whole order of operations there is absolutely correct. It's the way that it would have to be done. But I'm just sitting here thinking the whole time that you were talking about what the social and economic chaos would look like going on behind the scenes, all this. You know,
it would have to be done. It would have to be done if they find out it would have to be done. It would have to be ruled on really, really quickly, because the last thing anybody's going to want is to step in, because I mean the rules of martial art here, and there is no gray area. That's the last thing anybody. And trust me, I love my military. I was in the military. The last thing you want is have military law or martial law declared. That's. And if you look at it, that there was a mistake in the elections. There's 3 branches of government. The only one that wouldn't be compromised is the branch. So they would have the power there. And then I think that they would immediately. They got 2 options. They can the votes that weren't compromised, but the problem is wherever the mistake happened, you know, that means that somebody's vote legitimate that could have been legitimate. So to me, I would think that there would be another election. You know, I don't think you could just count the valid votes, because you know there's a chance people's votes are going to fall through the crack. The quickest, but you know, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, man. Doing a recount, people are going to bitch saying that their vote didn't count. If you just do an entire another election, a period of time where people get campaign and run for office, is it only going to be restricted to running, or can anybody else get into it? You know, that's a whole new can of worms. Is it just going to be the 2 candidates before, or can anybody else run for the office? So that's
you can take it all the way. Take it all the way back to the primaries if you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean now we're looking at another year without somebody sitting in that seat. What'd you say, Tribe?
You're breaking up really bad. Like every sentence, you're missing a couple words.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's really your internet, man, because you're not glitchy, you're not blurry or anything. I'm wondering if it has something to do with your microphone, dude.
Yeah, is it plugged in all the way?
Yeah, it's all plugged in.
I'm fixing to have to drop
twist
off
it a little bit.
I can see my pictures kind of jumpy.
They don't look jumpy on this end, though.
Nah.
Even y'all are jumpy to me.
If we're jumpy to you, it's probably your internet.
Yeah, I mean it goes in and out, and I've got the fastest.
What?
I don't know.
I'm gonna jump off here anyway and go to bed. That might loosen some of your bandwidth up or something.
You do suck a lot of energy out of the room. I mean, yeah.
Come on, man.
You, Arkansas.
Love you, brother. We'll see y'all later.
You gone, man? Holla at you, man. Have a good night's
be
rest,
listening.
brother.
Y'all be careful.
All right.
30 pound spider wire braid bullfrog. Sorry, fellas.
Hey, what you gonna do with
Just
that
seen the
green?
question.
You gonna clean it up and use it, or are you gonna like just put it on the mantle and let everybody stare at it?
I got it soaking right now. I'm gonna let it soak for a few days, man,
Uh-oh.
and then clean it all up and gut it, pack it. Like with those reels, you pack them with grease. You put so much grease in there, you can't get no more grease in them. And then boom, I'm gonna take it on out there, man. I'm gonna catch a fish with it, without a doubt. But then after I catch, I think I'm gonna catch one fish with it, and then that's it, man. It's going up on the mantelpiece. I might get a case for it, like a little glass case that you can lock it inside and then sit it where, when people come in the house, man, it's going to be a good conversation piece too now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right.
That'd be kind of cool.
I
think you should mount whatever fish, how big it is, even if you get like a little minnow, right there by the reel.
I figure I'm going to get a picture and put in there the fish I catch with it.
I hope you catch the biggest fish you ever caught in your life on it.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah.
He's going to go through all this work and he's going to cast it. He's going to get it caught up and snap the line first cast. Watch.
Nah. That thing's going to sail so smoothly.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think that the main thing, all this election stuff and all that, and just all the stuff, who knows how it's going to turn out? I honestly, I believe that if they find things were not tabulated correctly, let's just leave it like that. I think it will cause a lot of chaos. I really do. I think the other side will freak out, and I think it would cause a lot of chaos. So, on that note is why we prep.
Yeah. It's going to be chaos regardless. It's going to be chaos. I agree with you. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. It's just like, everybody has their own personal opinions and beliefs on that. But, what's obvious is obvious. There was an obvious clerical error made, and it's coming to light, and people know it. The problem is that some people are going to say that clerical error was obvious to begin with, and to ignore it. That's where their argument's going to come in. That's I'm Jack. I told you so. Kind of shit's going to come in.
Yeah, I just, like I built this big chicken run, and my idea, is I'll have a total of 9 laying hens, guys, 9 eggs a day, that's a lot. And, I was talking with Bullfrog Homestead on the phone last night, and honestly, like he made a good point, and he's right. If you've got, let's just say you got 6 chickens that are laying eggs. Let's say you eat 4 eggs today. You got 2 eggs left over, but let's say tomorrow you don't eat any eggs. You know what I'm saying? And then the next day you don't eat any eggs either, man. All of a sudden, you got a dozen and 2 eggs. You know what I'm saying? It adds up quick, so a lot of people who are talking about, having, man, I need 25 laying hens and I need this. And I'm thinking to myself, good God, man, that's a lot of free. You get good chickens like I got, man. My chickens, all 3 of my hens that are already laying are laying 3 eggs a day. Just flat out. They're flat out laying 3 eggs a day, man. And then when I get these other ones going, these other 6 I got, that's a lot of freaking eggs, man. And even water glassing them, or putting the cheese stuff, the cheese wax over them or whatever, making them last. The only thing that I could see where it might become a problem is, if somehow something happened to your chickens and you lost, some chickens,
Yeah.
But, and also, I guess if things go bad, with the food line and everything, and you start, I mean, a lot of us has got preps for a long time, but that long time, you know what I'm saying? Sooner or later, that long time's going to run out. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
I seen something pretty cool that you could do with your eggs, man. When you get a bunch of them, I was watching this channel. These people live in like Alaska or something, and it was either a husband and wife or girlfriend boyfriend or whatever. But they actually live in Alaska and prep and stuff, and they pickled 300 eggs outside, with a boiling pot, and they did it in different flavors and everything. And they were talking about it like they tear them things up. Like they'll open one jar with like 10 15 eggs in it, and they'll eat the whole thing in a day because they're so good, and different flavors. They made spicy ones, Asian flavor, all kinds of different flavors to them, man. So just a thought, man. You know what I'm saying?
That is
They are good. And the thing is, you can pickle there's like 100 recipes out there to pickle eggs. You can pickle them with all these different flavors. I mean, I did them with dill and rosemary and something else. I think it was rosemary, and they're pretty good, man. I mean, you can't do a lot with them other than just eat them. I mean, you can maybe make some deviled eggs with them or stuff like that. But I mean, you can't use them like in baking or scrambled eggs or anything. Obviously, they're pickled.
Well, Asians flavor their food with like Nisi just said, but they really do. Like they'll crack an egg open in some soup or some noodles and shit, and it's like flavoring. It's like seasoning.
My question is can you flavor them with chicken juice so they taste like chicken?
I don't know.
I mean, wouldn't that be cool to have a chicken egg that tastes like chicken?
Yeah.
Eggs that taste like chicken?
Yeah. So you have an egg, man, it tastes like a good old chicken, man.
You know how you can do that, man. You know how you can make an egg taste like chicken.
How's that?
Get you an incubator.
And grow more chicken.
Doc P asks if you can eggs. I have never heard that question. I mean, I don't think so. Otherwise, I probably would have seen the video. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of thinking they would just either get too hard to eat or just turn to mush. That's why everybody's either pickling them. Plus, I would rather have them fresh from the neighbor or water glass them through the winter and get them remotely fresh. I mean, I like pickled eggs. I'm not like a massive fan. I mean, I'll eat them. They're okay if they're done right. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if everybody's actually tried to can an egg. Obviously, you'd have to boil it first. I mean, if you put a raw egg in there, it's gonna fucking explode.
Trish said Alaskan Prepper tried to do it, but he said it tasted burnt.
That's what I'm thinking, because you don't cook an egg very long. So if you put it through the process, because it's protein, you got to go an hour and a half. It's gonna be nuked like big time. Yeah. I don't even think that's a valid possibility.
How do they turn? How do you get powdered eggs? I mean, how does that work? Is that real eggs? I mean, could you powder
dehydrator?
them?
You scramble your eggs and you lay them out on a dehydrator, and you dehydrate the shit out of them. Then you just push them into powder and
hey, there you go. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, I've got a dehydrator. I want to do that. I got a 5-volt dehydrator I've never used yet.
I thought it might not be real eggs. I thought it, powdered it. Man, I don't know much about that kind of stuff, but thought it might have been fake eggs.
Well, X Galaxy for you says you can because they have them at the grocery store. Are you sure that they're not the pickled eggs? Because they do have pickled eggs.
Yeah, at the grocery store.
Yeah, they're coming up. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen those. I never seen it. So Nisi wants some Palmetto Chow Chow. I do make a badass Chow Chow. I ain't gonna lie. I've got some requests for another batch. I'll have to drive y'all up a couple jars.
Cindy B says she's canned eggs in the shell.
What?
That's what Cindy B said.
Eggs in the shell, huh?
I don't even know how that works. Are you talking about a hot pour? Are you talking about putting eggs in the jar and pouring boiling water over it and then putting the lid on and letting them seal? Because that is no longer recognized as a safe way to preserve food by all the powers that be.
Huh.
Because there is a method that people used to use back in the day. It's called hot pour. You put your food in the jar, heat your jar up, and then you pour boiling water on it, and you cap it and it seals. But it doesn't get to temperatures high enough to kill the botulism and all the other bacteria. You need to get 240 degrees for that. Boiling water doesn't do that.
All right. What's the concept? Why do you have to cook stuff so long? Like, why does it got like when you can chicken? Why do you got to do it an hour and a half long cooking it?
You're not technically. I mean, it's getting cooked, but you're not cooking the hour and a half. What you're doing is you're bringing the pressure up, the high, and it increases the temperature. So you're pressurizing it at 240 degrees, which is the temperature that's needed to kill all the bacteria and completely sterilize everything. Like you can pressure can in a dirt if you want to, it's going to kill everything because you're basically sterilizing it. But when you're doing a hot pour, I mean, boiling water is what 100 degrees. That's not hot enough to kill the botulism toxin. That's why you have to do the pressure canning because it's at a temperature so high that stuff can't live and you kill it.
I thought boiling water was like 200 degrees or something like that.
No, I think water boils at like 100, 110 degrees.
Can't go outside, it's too late.
Unless you're underwater. Here's how the pressure canning comes in. Do you realize you've seen underwater pictures of submarines going through the water, right? And boats and the propeller, and it makes bubbles. Do you realize that that's actually boiling water?
100 degrees. I'm thinking, all right. Yep, 100 degrees.
Like a submarine churning and it's putting out the bubble trail. That's actually boiling water. That's not oxygen. That's boiling water. It's because of the pressure from the propeller spin. It's just like how a plane flies. You get pressure above and below and it generates lift. The same thing works for propeller underwater. Technically, that water is boiling. You put water in with a heat source, you can make it boil. That's why water boils at a different temperature at sea level versus, on top of, in Denver, Colorado, a mile high.
Okay, it's 212 Fahrenheit. It's 100 degrees Celsius.
Right.
It's 212. That's what I was thinking. That's why I was like 100. That didn't sound right. Yeah, it's 212. I knew it was over like 200 something.
Right, but you got to get to it's either 240 or 260 to kill all the bacteria and stuff. Yes, I have bouillon cubes in my preps. Plus, I also have ham broth, chicken broth, and beef broth, bone broth.
Yes, we actually have a lot of bouillon cubes.
Me too. They're easy.
Man, they last for freaking ever, man.
Oh, yeah.
We do too. We got buku bouillon cubes.
I love the bouillon cubes. They're quick. They're easy. But man, there ain't nothing better than grabbing a quart of homemade, home canned bone broth. Oh, man, that's the good stuff. That's the good stuff right there.
I know, man. I can't wait till I can. I know I'm gonna get into it. It's gonna be badass.
Me too. You just need to go ahead and start, man. It's some fun stuff. I'm gonna do some canning this week. I found me a couple cases of jars yesterday. I'm gonna do some. I think I'm gonna do some spaghetti. I got to put up some rice and some beans. I just pulled them all out of the freezer. They've been frozen for a week and a half, so I'm letting them come back to room temperature, and then I'm gonna vacuum seal them in some Mylar. I may actually can some. I think I'm gonna cook some and can some.
I save a lot of them when I used to eat out a lot. When I was working, when I'd go to the fast food joint, I would always ask for extra ketchup and mustard and stuff like that, and I save all them little packets. Man, I got a great big old damn container just full of these.
I I got a drawer full in the kitchen. A drawer
Yeah,
full.
we do too.
Especially
We got taco sauce from Taco Bell, hot sauce from KFC.
You go Taco Bell, it's a score. I'm like, hey, give me a couple packs of that mild sauce. There's like 40 in the bag. It's like,
especially if you walk in and grab it yourself, because they got the little counters where you can grab it yourself and just bloop bloop through a couple scoops in the bag. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Man, I used to get napkins and always grab extra napkins. I'd have piles of napkins in my truck and in my house. I wouldn't even buy paper towels. I just always get them from fast food joints. Is that criminal? Is that a criminal action?
No, they stick it out there.
Yeah.
As much as we pay for that shit.
I know, right?
Yeah, for real.
I mean, hell, you go to McDonald's right now. If you're just getting food for you and your old lady, that's $18, maybe $20.
Yeah. Man, they just raised cigarettes. They just raised cigarettes in Maryland. They were $7 a pack. Now they're $10 a pack. We were getting a carton for $70. Now it's $100.
No, hell no.
Overnight. This was overnight, and they did it before. It was like $4 a pack. It went up to $7, and now they just did it this past couple weeks. It went from $70 a carton all the way up to $100 a carton.
See, all that
quit, man.
All that spices and all that stuff, bouillon cubes and just, the Dollar General and Dollar Trees and stuff like that, man, they sell them little cheap things of spices. And like they have this one store here, and it's like a resale shop or something. I don't know. It's basically like they have stuff on the shelf, these big supermarkets and stuff, and it didn't sell. And so this store gets it, and it's supposedly out of date. But like spices, dude, that shit ain't out of date, man. You know what I'm saying? And I went through one time, man, and they had a bunch of stuff for 50 cents for them big spice bottles. I'm like garlic powder and all kinds of stuff like that, man. And I bought a bunch of that crap, man, and just brought it in here and stuck it in a big ass container, one of them big plastic totes, just stuck them all in there, man. As long as the seal don't get broke on it and it gets exposed to moisture. But even if it does, all it does is clumps up.
Yeah.
And you just don't clump it, man. And it's still got the, yeah. So I've got a bunch of that kind of stuff, man. Because who wants to eat rice and beans every day, man? Just plain rice and beans. You know what I'm saying? So I won't be spicing my shit up all the time, man. All kinds of stuff in it.
I got these little Mylar bags that I bag shit up for my bug out bags and shit. The little small Mylar bags, and I'll put like coffee creamer, sugar, salt, pepper, all Old Bay seasoning.
Right.
Hook it up.
Yeah, I've seen Stephanie Joe Roundtree Tribe says to roll your own or quit. I've seen a lot of people go to that, man. They say it's way, way cheaper.
Yeah, it is. It is. I've done
it. I've done that before too. Or
I save all my cigarette butts and I dump every butt. I save them. I put them in a coffee container, and when it fills up, I take it out. I dump all the tobacco into a bag. I'll just sit there watching TV, and I'll dump it all out, and then I put it into a vacuum sealer and seal it up. I got like 7 or 8 bags of tobacco just from cigarette butts sitting in a box. Plus, I got bags of tobacco, and I got like 4 or 5 cartons of empty cigarette, the cigarettes, but it don't have tobacco in them. I prep all that shit too, man.
Yeah, I've got a few 5-gallon buckets full of them little half pint and pint whiskey bottles. Them because when you get into them little smaller, cheaper ones, they come in plastic. So you don't have to worry about them breaking, man. And you just stack them all one way and then stack them all upside down the other way and then stack them in. Man, they stack up real nice in there. You can be surprised how many of them you can fit in a 5-gallon bucket.
That's cool. That's a good idea.
Great barter items, man. You take a half pint out, dude. Shoot, half pint and a 4 or 5 cigarettes, man, somebody be willing to trade you some shit for that, dude.
Hell yeah.
You can
You
make
know what I'm
moves
saying?
with that.
Yeah.
Definitely.
That's why I say, man, you know, dude, I'm standing there with a couple of whiskey bottles, you know, a couple of, you know, some roll cigs, you know, and somebody else is standing next to me with a little thing of gold in their hand, and old boy's got some food over there. Who you think he's gonna try? He ain't gonna be looking. He's gonna be like, what am I gonna do with that gold, man? I can't do nothing with that.
Yep. Hey, I got an idea, Backwoods. Since you were here at the beginning because you had your other issue, you want to go ahead and give your input on the what would ghosts do scenario?
Yeah.
Let me cut in just for a second, fellas, because I'm gonna roll out. I ain't trying to interrupt or nothing, but I'm just tired as hell, man. I barely got any sleep last night. I went 4 hours and some on a live stream and all that shit, and then had to get up. But y'all enjoy y'all's night, man. Thanks for having me on, Ghost. Had a really good time, man.
Thanks for helping out, man. I appreciate it.
It's good seeing you, man. Brother. Good seeing
man,
you,
of course. You too, man. You too. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good one.
All right, peace out, brother.
Peace. I'll be watching. I'm gonna have y'all on the TV.
All right.
Well, we're getting a lot of thunder.
Yeah.
It's still thunder. I've got it pulled up here.
Okay. And now you know what her not to read, right?
Yeah.
The third one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, just read the first two. That covers everything.
Yep. All right. So.
Or you want me to read it and then you reply?
Well, it don't matter. However you want to cover it, brother. I'm cool either way. You know that.
We got new people in the chat that weren't here at the beginning, so I'll just read the email again, and then you can do your thing. All right. What it says is, "Hey, Ghost. So I have a scenario for you. We live in the foothills of some mountains. Our house is located about 30 miles from any large town. The closest town has roughly 500 people and is about 10 miles away. It's pretty rural. We are denser than I'd like on my street with houses on the side, with houses in sight, and are almost smack dab in the middle between two ends of a short street or shorter road. Some cops and ex-military neighbors, even an ex-intelligence guy, some good old boys, and a few rich transplants. The flip side is that they have some tweakers that live in that neighborhood too, or that area. And I don't trust those folks or the transplants too much. In a shift situation, I could see my livestock being eyed for a quick meal. There are a few other people with livestock, but not many. We sit on a foothill with woods in the back and the sides and the fields up front. We have a barn about 200 feet from our house, butting up against the woods at the back, but without a secure door. Our livestock count right now is 16 laying chickens, 11 sheep, a milk cow, and a bull, and 5 hogs. I could conceivably fit them all in the barn at night. The garden is between the house and the barn. What kind of procedures, protections, or strategies would you put in place now if we hit peak SHTF to protect the sources of ongoing food these livestock represent? I've been racking my brain to figure it out logistically pre-shift. Hope that's enough info. If you want to ask more, yada, yada, yada. She, her husband, and her 2 children, teens, boy and a girl, they all have weapons training, and they all have a little bit of experience using these weapons. And all right, go.
Okay, well, all right. Honestly, to be honest with you, what I would do is I think that I would start to look at moving the barn like close to the house. Somewhere possibly close to the house, so that because if it's just going to be you certain ones that you just mentioned that are going to be protecting the place, the first thing I would, like I said, I would be looking at relocating the barn close to the house, because if it's that far off, she say 200 yards.
Yeah.
Yeah, 200 feet.
100 feet.
Okay. All right. Well, 200 feet. Yeah. Okay. I was thinking 200 yards. I was going to say, man, 200 yards is a long dang ways. 200 feet.
Close. That's pretty close.
Yeah, 200 feet's not too bad. And the gardens in between, I would probably look at some new fencing, and maybe even growing some wild like blackberry bushes, things like that, growing them thick in between. But also, yeah, 200 feet is not much. I the first time I read it, I misread it and was thinking 200 yards. So that makes a big difference there. Um, so yeah, one of the things I think I would do is I would focus on some fencing, and some things like that would make it a lot harder for someone to come in. Um, because the thing about some fencing, if you do certain kinds of fencing, it's harder to get across, get through. Um, you can have it designed to where when, and I'm trying to remember this design I saw. I saw somebody do this. I'm trying to remember. It's been a long while back, but there was a way that they basically what they did was set up their fencing where it was real tight, and they had something on it to where if that fencing got cut, it would relieve pressure, and this thing would fall and make a noise, next to their house, so that they did that because their cows and stuff kept getting out, and they were thinking somebody was cutting the fencing, and it was a design to where it was leaned up like this way because the fencing was this way. So it was like once it got loose, the thing fell and they had something set up to where it made like a really loud noise. So the fencing part of it, and like I said, I would probably invest in a lot of blackberry bushes, things like that, to really line up through there to make, because man, I mean, the age limit and everything of what I saw, if you're not going to have particular mag groups and stuff, um, man, that's just hard to put someone out there like that. I mean, I could see where they could patrol during the day, maybe that age limit, and maybe the older, the husband and wife, do more of a night shift type thing, or at least a husband. But yeah, yeah, wild roses. That's kind of stuff I'm talking about. Um, well, that's a hard one, because you're gonna have to have night security, man. I mean, you're gonna have to, the tweakers. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I hope nobody gets mad at me for saying this, but if you've got some sure enough straight up tweakers who they're doing bad, I'm gonna say they probably are not going to be alive for me to worry about, and I'll just leave that one there. I'll let everybody else make their own decision on that. People like that, you can't allow to, without rule of law, SHTF, you can't allow them people to be near you. They are bad. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to have your best interest. Okay, they already don't have your best interest. These tweakers, they already do things against the law. So they're damn sure not going to care when they ain't got to worry about no policemen showing up. Yeah, I'm gonna say them folks need to get gone, as we call it, get ghosted.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
y'all can y'all can take that one however you want to. But yeah, I mean, if you can invest in some security dogs, some good security type dogs, again, you also have to understand that if you're going to have security dogs, you need to train your dogs to only eat on command. They will only eat when you tell them to. Because if not, you know, a good piece of meat with some glass in it will do away with a dog real quick. You know, yeah, they might bark at first, but you know, if you're sneaky enough, you can sneak out there, throw a piece of meat over, and sneak back out a little bit. You know, if the dogs wait till the dogs are on the other side of the property, sneak in, throw a piece of meat with you know, filled with glass, sneak back out a little bit, back off a little bit where they can't get your scent. They come patrolling around that away. They find the meat, they're going to eat it, they're done. Your dogs are done. You know, there are a lot of different ways also of making things that make your weapons silent without. There are a lot of ways to do that. Ghost, I know you know what I'm talking about. There are a lot of ways to do that. So, you know, you get a good 22, you can make a 22 really silent, really easy, and you can take out a dog, shoot him right here in the ear, he's done. You know, so you know, attack dogs are good, but like I said, you want to always make sure that you train your dogs to only eat on command. My dogs, I can sit there and hold something and they won't eat until I tell them to. You know, my dogs eat when I tell them, not any other time. You know, they don't just go eat. You know, when we put the food down for them, you know, when we feed them of a day, you know, it's okay, come, you know. And I'm not going to say our code word that we use, but I did train our dogs to eat by using a code word, and they know. Man, that's a lot of you know, that's one of them things, man. I mean, 200 feet is not that bad. I would probably make sure that I have a good clear shot in between there and the barn from the house. Might rig up some type of you know, you can rig up, you know, I would definitely secure the barn so you can secure it properly at night, and I would set up some kind of homemade security noise making device on the barn, you know, so that when somebody does, and every animal, I would go in there and make it to where every animal has a stall and every animal learns to come in at night, and you put them up of a night, because you know the nighttime is when you're really going to have to worry about it the most. You know, people sneaking in and doing stuff. That's kind of my thoughts on that, Ghost.
Cool. Yeah, that was pretty close to what we were doing. She did hit the chat and say that she does have 3 guardian livestock dogs. That was my big thing. That was my first suggestion, was get some guardian livestock dogs. And then I got to thinking, you know, she's got police and ex-military in the neighborhood, and if she were to mag up, and a couple of them have some livestock, but not as much as she has. My suggestion is since she's got both sides are woods and her rear is woods, her front's the main likely avenue of approach. And my thoughts to her were, is if she has solar, and she does, is she has electric fencing capabilities, and she does, okay, I would power up the front fence. I would power up all the perimeter fences, but I would also go to the woods with some high quality fishing line, a couple 1,000 feet, and I would start wrapping tree to tree on both sides and the rear at about knee to waist high to just tangle people up, and I'll make them noisy with the cans, the whole 9 yards. And you can even string up a line going to the house where it rings a bell and the house will let you know right, left, or rear. Right. And I would mag up and see if some of your police and ex-military neighbors want to bring what little bit of livestock they have to your property, and you guys just get a central location. You know, bring the animals out during the daytime. You've got guards on them. You're watching them. Bring them to the barn at night. Secure the barn. Somebody's sleeping in the barn. Somebody's providing security for the animals all night, where everybody else is getting their rest. kind of thing, but you get a central location and you've got multiple lines of defense and multiple people that can guard the livestock. The whole tweaker thing, that's going to work itself out within a week, because once they can't get what they're used to getting, half of them are going to die from DTs. The rest of them are going to starve to death because they were trying to get high. They weren't trying to get food, so they're kind of going to take care of themselves one way or the other, whether they leave on their own or whether they leave with help, but situation is better than most. I mean, she's very rural. She's in the woods. She's got neighbors she can mag up with pretty quick. She's got a water source. She's got solar. She's got livestock. You've got weapons. Everybody's weapons trained. You're trained in self-defense. Her situation is better off than most. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And, the thing about, I definitely, yes, I don't disagree at all with, I would be talking to some of them Leos over there, and military, ex-military, and just fill them out, just talk to them and try to see what their thoughts are. And, just kind of ease into it, and some of them you may start to kind of ease into it and they're like, oh man, I'm glad y'all are on board with this. I've been looking for somebody, hoping somebody would be on board. You just never know, so, but yeah, so it's the woods thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. My personal opinion, Ghost, is that just because I grew up in the woods, I mean, when we were kids, we went and played in the woods. I mean, we went and played in the woods. I mean, we might be 3 or 4 miles out in the woods. I had 10,000 acres at my back door. When I grew up, and we may be 3 or 4 miles out in the woods, man. I mean, take us half the day to get there and half the day to get home. You know what I mean, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But we would be doing stuff in between. We built forts and stuff. So my first thought is, you got woods on 3 sides of you there. That's where I'm approaching from, is the woods. I'm not approaching the front of the house.
Yeah. But most tweakers don't have the outdoor experience we got. They're gonna act like they're Spider-Man coming up the driveway.
That's not true. I was a tweaker.
But you're not now.
Right. I'm not now.
Trying to get that fixed. You don't have nods. It's just you and a hunger. You know what I mean? So you're focused on. You kind of got blinders on. Is that right or wrong?
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, the reason I said a while ago that the tweakers will get gone is because I've been there and done that, and I know how they think, and I know how I thought when I was on it, and you don't think good thoughts,
right.
And you are willing to do whatever. And the thing about a lot of tweakers is they know how to take products that you have just in your house and make what they need. Especially if you got a big shop building, you got a house there, they're like, oh yeah, I've got the products right there in that place to get what I need.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I say, just me personally, and everybody can take it for what it's worth, and they can use their own imagination, but any tweakers around me are going to get ghosted quick.
Oh yeah. I agree.
I mean, like maybe even a seek out type thing.
Yeah.
I know that sounds mean. I know it sounds mean. I know it sounds cruel, but
in a WROL, that's SOP. I'm going to take out my threat. If that's a threat, potential threat in my family. Oh yeah, I'm going to eliminate the threat. I'm going to convince them to pack up and politely leave.
Serbian prepper, a tweaker is a meth head, is a big drug addict, somebody that stays on drugs all the time, like crystal methamphetamine, things like that. Yeah. So, them are people that they don't get to hang. They don't. Yeah. I'll just leave it that way.
Yeah. But in an overall aspect of it, I mean, if that's the only negative in her entire scenario is the tweakers.
Yeah.
Like legit, for real. That is the only negative. And as far as the livestock goes, bring them in at night, fortify the barn, see if you can mag up, and you can set up some LPOPs in the wood lines, left, right, and rear. But depending on how big the woods are, depending on how you booger up the woods, so to speak, because unless somebody's approaching you at night with nods, with night vision, most early in the morning and late in the afternoon, not high noon. They're going to try to get it done right before dark or shortly after the sun rises if they don't have night vision. If it's night vision, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, and here's another thing too that, as far as it goes for the rich plants or whatever you want to call them, the rich folks moving in, don't just discredit, because I do know some people that are pretty wealthy that are into prepping,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so don't just discredit them automatically. But something that Ghost said a while back on another stream, and he was absolutely correct, and he made a really good point on it. And it's something that I'd kind of thought about, but just didn't put it out there the way Ghost did, was that, prepping the stuff and using someone like that can be to your advantage. Because if they don't have food and they're generally a good person, and they have been, they just didn't see the stuff that we see. Now all of a sudden I've got food and I've got a worker. You know what I'm saying? I've got somebody that is probably, there's a good chance they're not well versed in arms. They're not well versed in how to take over a situation. They're not well versed in this kind of thing, how to be rough cut. You know what I'm saying? Type thing. So, I can insert some authority, if you know what I mean, and say, hey, look, you come over here and you start, we're going to join up. I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you survive, but you're going to help us survive as well.
People are a resource.
Yes.
It's just my whole concept for magging up. If it's you, your husband, and your 2 teenage kids, and you've got all this livestock to watch after, and you've got a neighbor, a mile down the road that's got, maybe a cow, some chickens, and it's
Right.
him, his wife, and his 2 teenage sons that are, say 18 years old, maybe one of them's, 17 years old. And mag up with them and say, you know what, you've got the smaller herd. I've got more land. Mine's more defensible. Bring your family, bring your herd, bring all your stuff here. We'll ride the storm out at my joint. Now you're guarding the same amount of area, but you have twice the people to do it. Now instead of you staying up all day and your husband staying up all night trying to watch everything, now you've got 4 other people that are there helping you. Now the workload is less, the stress is less, the quality family time, of your kids not being put in danger is less. You've made a friend for life, and you're strong. There's strength in numbers. People are a resource. Now, if you do this again with another neighbor down the road, here's the great part. You're not losing anything because they're bringing their preps with them. They're bringing their livestock with them. You're increasing your ability to survive, and you're decreasing the cost that goes into doing that, which is always a positive. If you're getting out more than you're putting into something, that's a good business model. If you're having to put in more than you're getting out, that's you're going down a dead end street. So if it's just you and your husband trying to secure that entire property and take care of the livestock and watch out for your kids, that's a negative return. That is not a sustainable business model. So that's where the strength in numbers comes in. That's where the people are resource comes in. If you can trust them, bring them. If you can trust them, and they have a family. I'm not saying you hold their family hostage, but if they're, 6 and 7 year old kids are in your house with your wife and his wife, and he's not going to have an issue staying outside and taking care of the animals and walking guard with you, a perimeter thing with you, or sitting in an LPOP because he knows his family's going to be safe. And there's an entire tribe of people around the central point of your location where the kids are and your wives are. So there's going to be a reason, for lack of a better term, and it's going to be less stressful on him. It's going to be less stressful on you, and you're multiplying your numbers. You're basically building your own little army, which is your MAG, your mutual assistance group. Everybody's happy. Everybody's eating. Nobody's freaking out. Your stress level went from 10 to maybe 6, which doesn't sound like a lot, but in a shittest the fan situation, that's a massive dose of thank you. And that's pretty much my, her situation is honestly a lot better off than most of us, or most of our situations, being that she's surrounded on 3 sides by woods. Unless you're avid in the woods and you know how to survive and you can move quietly and you know how to shoot, move, and communicate, and you have night vision if it's a nighttime type deal, then the woods are an advantage for her, disadvantage for somebody else, unless they have skills outside, surviving in the woods. Then it's kind of like a 50-50, and that's where the people are resource comes in. That's where your early warning devices, utilizing fishing line and noise makers, because if I'm coming to the woods and I'm thinking I'm being sneaky, and all of a sudden I hit a fishing lure and all these tin cans and horns and noise makers go off, I'm freaking out now. I know I'm coming, so my plans just changed. I'm getting the hell out of the out, So it's all those. I know it sounds simple, is a couple of tin cans or pot lids or whatever, but it works. Deterrence, can sometimes win the battle.
Yeah. I think that a lot of people need to really understand the fact that, listen, too many people has been watching Walking Dead. They've been watching a lot of these type movies to where, you can't trust a damn person. Everything's bad. Everything's horrible. Well, I'm not saying I'm not saying to trust everyone. That's not what I'm getting at. But what I am trying to say is that everyone needs to understand that, look, we, in a general form, especially when somebody is hurting, their kids are hungry, yes, people will get desperate and do desperate things. I get that. But at the same time, when people are, let's just say someone is generally a good person, and let's say the neighbor over there has been prepping and it's like, look, I'll help you out. We can just make this happen. You come over, you're helping us, we're helping you. We can survive this way. There is a lot of thought into the fact that, man, if I come over here and this person's been doing this a while, they probably, they've got a lot of skills here. That's an asset to them as well. They're going to look at you and be like, if I try to do something stupid, there's a lot of stuff this guy knows that I don't. I don't know if I could survive like this on my own. And if you're making a little way of everything is clicking along every day, you're not going to have the problems. The Walking Dead stuff is cool, man. They do show a lot of things that you need to watch out for. It's a great show. I watch it. Okay. But what you need to remember is that real life, real true life, man, it's not as so cut and dry. They make it real dramatic because it's a TV show. They gotta keep you on the edge of your seat, man. Who's screwing who next,
they gotta
kind
make
of thing.
It right and perfect, and it's like all based in fact. But perfect example of The Walking Dead. You remember the episode when they're in the prison, and Herschel is trying to get Rick to start being a gardener, and bring Carl in from like murdering people. And he's out there teaching him how to do the tomato plants. And I don't know if a lot of people caught this, but I did. And he showed him how the tomato plant, this is the shady side of the plant, so it's not going to produce any fruit. So he reaches up and he just pops off a branch. And he says, now we'll root this and this will grow and it'll be a whole new plant. That is completely bullshit and wrong, because he just grabbed a branch off the tomato plant. He didn't grab the sucker in the middle of the armpit. If you just pull off a branch off a tomato plant, it's just going to fucking die. You've got to get the sucker. And by sucker, when a tomato plant's growing, if this is the main stem and you've got a limb growing out this way, in between it, we call it the armpit. There'll be a little nub that grows out. Let it get about yay big, and you pinch that off. That will turn into a brand new tomato plant. If you just pull the limb off, it's only going to die. You've got to get the sucker in the middle. And what it is, it's a clone of the original plant. This little sucker that you're pulling, in fact, if this plant is 2 months old, this sucker that you just put off, by point of science, is 2 months old. But it's a mature plant. Even though it's only a couple inches tall, you just planted a mature plant. It's going to start rooting super fast, and it's going to start putting out flowers and producing fruit within a matter of weeks.
I'll be right back. I want to show you something.
Yeah, but according to the show, he just pulls off a branch on the back of the plant because it's in the shade and it's not going to produce fruit, which is not true. Depending on how you plant your garden, I mean, yeah, there's going to be shade on the north side of the plant if you're in the northern hemisphere because of the way the sun shines. So there's going to be shade on the backside, but it is going to get some sunlight. And tomato plants kind of share their energy. That's why they have so many leaves. So even though the backside of it might be in shade, it's still going to produce fruit. It doesn't have to be in direct sunlight the entire time. If you're getting light on it and it's getting ambient light from the atmosphere, it's still going to produce fruit. The point of the story was, if you're going to show of somebody that's supposedly been gardening his entire life, and his range grabs up and grabs the limb off of the plant and says it's going to grow when he didn't grab the sucker, which is what you got there? Sucker?
Nope. That's almost 2 weeks right now. That is a limb I cut off, one of the elbow limbs. That is another one I cut off. Look at it. It's actually producing new.
Are you talking about just the branch or the sucker?
The branch. These both are branches that I cut off. I'm not kidding. It's almost 2 weeks now, and they have grown. They were real small. They have actually grown. They are producing new leaves and stuff in here. This one right here is really starting to branch out, as you can see right here in the center.
What type tomato plant? What is it?
Determinate.
Maybe that has something to do with it, because all I grow is indeterminates. I want to get tomatoes like all the time. So you got a bush brand.
Yeah, determinate only. It's only determined on how big that it gets. Yeah.
Yeah, and it produces fruit all at once. Boom.
No, the determinate. I always grow both.
Yeah, all I do is indeterminate because I like them to produce fruit like for many months. And see, I've always been told that it was just the sucker. That's the only thing that will root. So you're basically saying any part of the tomato plant that will. You know what? That kind of makes sense. I stand corrected because I know in my system, whenever the stem, the trunk would get heavy and it would lay down, it would just start throwing out roots.
Yeah, this stuff, these things. I didn't turn my green screen back on. Let me turn it back off real quick. You
just learned
something. These are almost 2 weeks. 2 weeks, and they only had a couple of little leaves up here when I first started growing it, and already in the 2 weeks you can see right there all the leaves that it's starting to produce.
Yeah. Well, you just learned me something. You just taught me something, because I was always told it was just the suckers from the time I was a kid. Which you had to go in the armpit and pull them off.
Which this one right here didn't have all these new leaf growths. Yeah. Right here, there's a bunch of this stuff right in here in the center, same way.
Well, you just learned me something.
Yeah, I mean, look at this one. I mean, look at them. They're standing up. You know, when I first planted them, dude, I ain't gonna lie to you. They laid over, and I looked at it and I was like, oh my God, they're gonna die. This ain't gonna work. And I just left them, you know. And I kept them. I keep them really, really well watered, and I've got them in some real loose, you know, peat moss type soil. Right. And I've been putting a little bit. I bought some of that Miracle Grow plant food. Yeah. And I've been putting it on there, and like I said, man, that sucker's standing up nice and tall. Look at it. I mean, it's pretty solid already.
That's
And
beautiful.
this one too.
Well, I stand corrected. Now I'm gonna have to do another experiment because I've got some indeterminates and I've got some determinates planted. So I'm gonna do suckers from both, and I'm gonna break off limbs from both and root them and see if there's a difference between the determinate versus the indeterminate.
Now remember when you very first cut that limb, I mean, like, have a paper towel, you know, that's already soaking wet. Have that ready, and as soon as you cut that off, stick it in that paper towel and wrap it until you get to plant it, because you don't want that break cycle into you know, it getting water. And what happens is if you just leave it laying there for a little bit until you get your pot ready, or you can get air in there. You can get an air bubble actually in there. And that air bubble, it kind of like blocks the water, I guess you can say.
Right.
You know,
it's like an embolism.
Yeah. But yeah, look at them. I mean, them jokers are standing up nice and pretty, growing new growth.
That's another experiment I can do. Appreciate that. Yeah, you just showed me something new, because my entire life I always was taught it was the suckers. So I stand corrected, YouTube. Possum Kingdom in the near future, so it won't be. Yeah, so well, that's something new for me. I'm gonna try that out. I'm gonna do some experimenting, because my potato experiment is way crazy.
Yeah, because I mean, you know, even if you look on the limbs, you know, the branches, if you look at them, you know, they got hairs on them too.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense, because in my aquaponics, when it would lay down, new plants, so that makes perfect sense.
Well, both of them limbs are all the way almost to the bottom of that little planter. You know what I'm saying? So that they were pretty long. So I planted them all the way as far down as I could. And they've already grown, I'd say, because when I first planted them, they were like like the leaves were hanging on the rim. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And you've seen they're already like this tall above it.
Yeah.
You know, so
that's a new experiment for me to try. I'm gonna see if there's any base for the wives' tail that you can only root suckers. Because I was always told it was only the suckers.
You know, it's one of them deals, brother, where what's the worst thing that happened? The thing grow and not produce no tomatoes?
Yeah.
Okay. True. You know, I know not to do that next time. But, you know, I already had the dirt. I already had that little pot, you know, from another plant that I, you know, so it was just basically throw a little dirt in there and put some juice on it, you know what I'm saying, and let her eat, you know, and see what happens. But if it grows up and it produces tomatoes, dude, I'm golden. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm definitely going to try that. My seedlings are just now starting to take off. They just got their first set of true leaves about 3 days ago. So,
do you seal the plant? All I did honestly was when I cut it off at kind of an angle, you know, and created a little bit of an angle on the bottom of the stem, and then just I didn't like scrape real hard, but I just kind of lightly scraped a little bit, you know, on the very bottom of the stem. And what I've been told is that stimulates, you know, almost like an injury, so it sends a lot of nutrition there to start to root out and heal. So that's what I was told. That's what I was told. And you know, I've seen this with my own eyes. You can take, if you go and you get a head of lettuce or you get anything like that, when it still has that big heel on it.
Yeah, I do that with my celery and stuff.
Yeah. Stick that in there and it'll start to grow new growth out of it. Just stick it in a little bit of water and stick it up on your windowsill. That sucker will start to grow new leaf out of it.
I don't think celery dies, to be honest with you. I really don't. I had celery plants in my aquaponics that were growing on 2 years old, the same plant. like for real. I just go cut a couple sprigs off when I needed it, and new sprigs would grow up. And I know you can go to the grocery store when you get a head of celery, you can cut off about 4 inches at the bottom with the roots, as long as you got the root stem on there, and put it in some water, some dirt. It'll start growing, like for real.
Yeah. Well, you can do it with lettuce and spinach and everything. You just stick it right in the and a little bit of water and just stick it on your leaves.
I know you can regrow. What you're going to get is the tops, the carrot tops, which are edible. You won't get a new carrot. You'll just get the carrot tops. That's what I've been told. But there are several different kinds of lettuce that you can do that with. I know celery. I think bok choy you can do it with. Some of the other stuffs.
Sabi's daughter, I did nothing but just stick it right in the ground.
And I'll tell you, Sabi's daughter, I'm brutal with mine. I don't cut it at an angle. I don't rub it. I don't a paper towel or nothing. I just snap them right off and stick them in the friggin' dirt right away and water them. I just shove in the dirt, I water them, and I move on. Like usually when I pull it off, I'll get rid of the limbs, I'll get rid of, if it's got any smaller branches, I'll put it straight down and water it. And I've had pretty decent, well, at least in the aquaponics, I had great success.
Right.
I didn't actually put them in the dirt. It was the aquaponics grow medium. It's been a while since I did any potatoes in dirt, several years actually. This will be the first year I'm doing potatoes in dirt since I moved back from Florida. So it's going to be a new trial and error for me because I'm used to the aquaponics. And I mean, hell, it's almost impossible to kill something in an aquaponics system as long as your fish are healthy. If your fish are good, your plants are good. If your plants are good, your fish are good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw a real cool setup, man, this guy had in his yard, and it was a multi-layer, and he had fish in the water. He had a water system that flowed the water, and it would come through, and man, he had it like on a timer, and it opened a valve, and it would come through and put a little water on his plants. Man, it was cool as hell, dude.
And that's when mine works. Mine works on a mechanical. It was a mechanical valve. I had one pump in the sump. It pumped water to the fish tank. The fish tank overflowed into my grow beds. And the way it worked, I had what was called a bell siphon. The bed would fill up to a certain point. Once it got to a certain point, it would start a vacuum, and it would suck all the water out of the grow bed, which would pull oxygen down for the roots. And then it would start the fill process all over. It was actually pretty cool, man. It just all worked on a siphon. It was pretty neat. Yeah,
I never used any of the root tone or any of that stuff. I just stuck it right in there and see, I just wanted to know, right. I wanted to, it's one of them deals where, later on and shit hits the fan, it's something that I'll know, because I may not have no root tone when shit hits the fan. So I want to do it as natural as possible, with, shit hits the fan, man, I can go over there. Maybe there's somebody over there that's got a plant, and I'm needing one, maybe I'll go over there and cut off one of their limbs and wrap it in some water and sneak back to the house and plant that sucker. I know it sounds bad, but
CB's daughter, I am on the North Carolina, South Carolina border, and my friend Backwoods here is in Arkansas. You know what, Backwoods, that just got me thinking with the limb and stuff. All right, so I'm kind of curious, you brought it up to see if it actually produces fruit, because that's going to be really now I want to know. I want to fast forward about a month here and see if that thing's putting off any flowers, to see if it's just like a hybrid plant that's can't produce fruit, if it's just part of the plant, or if it's a fruit producing part of the plant, because I know you're not supposed to sucker above your top fruit limb.
Right, but see, you gotta understand that some of them limbs, when I've grown some determinate plants before, man, I mean, even the lowest limbs, I had fruit on them, dude. I had tomatoes on them, So it's not out of the realm to think that particular limb right there staying on the plant would produce anyway,
Right.
And the year that So what I started doing is, even on a determinate plant, some of them tell you not to cut any limbs off of a determinate plant, but I'm real big on air
Yeah,
underneath the plant.
yeah, I stripped the bottom.
Yeah, I'm real big on that. Yeah, Stuart W. That's exactly what we're talking about, air layering. I don't. The first time that I grew one, I was like, I had all the tomatoes, but man, I was having a lot of problems with them going bad. They wouldn't grow very big. And then I started really checking into, what was going on, why, yada yada. And I found that, airing the plant, but when you get some of them, you look on YouTube and they're like, oh, don't do this to a determinate plant. Well, I don't know. I do it to mine, and I grow. I mean, geez, man, I had so many freaking tomatoes, man. I was like, God, dog, man. I mean, good, fat, nice, juicy tomatoes,
Yeah, that's gonna be a fun experiment to see that. Because here's the thing, I'm not saying one way works, one way don't work. What I'm saying is, usually if there's like a wives' tale or something that's passed down through generations, there's a reason, there's a basis why it was done. Now, whether it's been completely wrong since day one and we can disprove that, or there's a reason why the sucker pops, because maybe, I don't know, because it's just, there's got to be a reason. That's going to bother me until I figure out what it is. But I am kind of curious to see how your plants produce.
Well, see, according to everything that I've ever researched and figured out, the suckers are just that. They suck away from the plant. They suck away a lot of energy away from the plant.
That's why you pull them and you get rid of them, or you
that's why you get rid of them. Get them out of there. As soon as you start to see them get very big at all, get them out of there. Air layering is a way on getting cuttings of trees and stuff that fruit quickly, like cloning.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, is that
replanting a tomato plant is cloning? It's the same plant.
Yeah.
I've just never heard it called air layering before. I thought air layering was when you clean out the bottom so you get air at the bottom layer.
Well, that's what I've always been. That everything I've ever saying is
I even met one guy. He would take his tomato plants when they were getting close to mature. He would get at least a foot clear on the bottom, and then he would go up about a foot, and he would take off a ring of limbs, and he would have an air gap in there. And it was like a plant went up, and it was like limbs and fruit, and it'd be a gap, and then it was limbs and fruit, and it'd be a gap, and it was limbs and fruit. And he said it worked great for him because he got a lot of air movement through the plant. I mean, I guess there's like 1,000 ways to it. I don't know. It just looked weird to me. I like doing the single stem or the double stem.
Right. Well, I just, like I said, each year I've gotten a little better and growing better and, more tomatoes. And this is what I'm doing. And this is the first year I'm trying this transplant thing or cloning or whatever you want to call it. So, and like I said, man, when I put them in there that first day, dude, they freaking wilted over and they was all like, whoa.
Yeah, mine did the same thing. Like every time I ever did a transplant, they were like, and
I was like that. Yeah, I was like, that shit's gonna die, man. But no, it just, I just kept watering it and kept, I've been adding a little bit of the Miracle Grow stuff. It's kind of a red powder looking stuff, and you mix like 1.5 tablespoons to 3 gallons of water.
Yeah.
And it turns the water kind of a pinkish color. And it's kind of like a pinkish red, powder. And I've used it, over the years, and it really works good. I don't put it on there every time I water,
Hey, Jess is back.
Yeah.
Hey, Jess.
I see that. Hey, Keto.
It goes, how do you get your plants to grow more tomatoes on that? Well, there's a few different approaches to this. One is obviously suckering your plants and getting the suckers out of there because they're robbing energy from the plants. Number two is all your limbs below a fruit bearing limb, get rid of them. If the limb ain't producing fruit, get rid of it because you're taking energy to put leaves on a limb that isn't making fruit. And I'm a big fan of doing the single stem or the double stem if you got the room. I'm a big fan of fruit plants, man. If you get all that energy going into the fruit versus, I mean, honestly, theoretically, if you wanted a massively huge tomato, you could just go to your bunch that are getting started and get rid of all of them except for one, and just get like all that energy going to one fruit. But I mean, a lot of people don't really do that unless they're like growing for a world record. And I have two of those plants seeded right now. They're called Big Zack, and they grow 4-pound tomatoes. I'm gonna see how big of a tomato I can get. But
well, yeah, and another way also is to, when you cut that plant up like he's talking about, go ahead and bury that sucker down. You know what I'm saying? Now you got to be careful on a determinate because the determinate plant is only going to grow a certain size. Yeah. So you have to really be careful on that. Now when you got a plant, that's like 14, 15 inches tall on a determinate, they will actually get up to about 18 or 20 inches tall, and start to really bush out. And so you can plant, you cut them bottom ones off and you can plant that thing about 12 inches deep because all them little hairs up and down through there will root out. And the more roots it's got, the more nutrition it can pull up to the plant. And so you're going to have your bigger tomatoes. And you've gotten rid also of all them non-fruit bearing limbs and stuff off the plant that, it's just a waste of energy.
Yeah. And Job's, the fertilizer company Job's, you can get at Walmart. I think at Walmart, Home Depot, and Lowe's sell it. Job's makes an exceptional tomato fertilizer. They make one for growing, and then they make one for fruiting as well. When your plant starts to put out the flowers and fruits, it starts to put fruit, they make this special fertilizer. You just sprinkle it in on top of the soil and water it in, and that stuff is like freaking steroids. I haven't used it in probably 3 years because up until this year, all my growing has been done in aquaponics, and you can't use any kind of fertilizer other than the fish waste. But the Job's puts out a product that really jacks up some tomatoes. What's that?
I got an award.
Award?
Yeah.
Where?
I got an award from my group, my MAC group.
Oh, nice.
On this day, April 29th, the command staff of We the People recognize and award Billy Mills the Distinguished Training Medal for his efforts, integrity, and dedication to training during the first quarter of this year.
Well, how about that?
I just seen it. It just came up about 5 minutes ago.
Laura says, thanks, guys. Mine will get so tall, and no matter how well I stake them, they will break over. Are you doing a determinate or indeterminate, Laura? If it's a determinate, I would not. I mean, you can run the stakes, and lots of times I would just take some string and run around it and keep it all bushed up. But I like the indeterminates because I get tomatoes for a longer growing season. They grow for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, and they produce for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, not all at once, but they continue to grow. And that's where the single stem comes in, and I just tie it off. I mean, I usually go up high and I'll have a suspended string, and I'll come down with the clamps and just keep it steady. But that just comes with practice. I mean, you just got to figure out a way to tie up. I mean, if you're doing a bush plant, like a determinate, and you got all these massive limbs growing up, then yeah, it can become a pain. I mean, you've got the tomato cages and things like that you can do, but that just comes to your personal preference on how you want to tie them up.
Yeah, I'm growing an indeterminate out there, and what I'm going to do. My thought on it was I actually put it in a big planter that I've got, and I mean it's a good sized planter. But what I've done is I've drove some stakes down in there that are pretty tall, and I'm gonna build off of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And basically, what you do is, you have to use cross. I had to do this on one last year because I kept, especially when the wind would freaking blow, man, I'd go out there and it'd be all leaned over, and I was like, dang, man, this thing's gonna break, And I actually had one break last year, one of my indeterminates, and what I did was I just stood it back up and I wrapped some of that it's a medical tape or whatever around it, and it actually healed itself back up. But I had to really stake it off, man. I mean, like almost every single limb, what I did was put a support right, like you got a limb sticking out and you got your stalk, right? Like, let me try to figure this out here on the camera. All right, so you got your main stalk down here, and you got a limb that sticks off of it, right? So what I would do was I would bring something over and put it right against the stalk, and right there. And then I would bring another small brace out at a caddy corner and prop the limb up, because, man, these things were getting huge, man. And when they start getting some fruit on them, they start weighting down. So, man, it looked crazy, man. I had stuff going everywhere on it, but I didn't have the problem anymore. You know what I'm saying?
There was a system I learned. I can't remember the channel I learned it on. Crap, I can't remember, but he did the drop and lean. Have you ever heard of that? Called the drop and lean. He was doing indeterminate single stems, right, in his greenhouse, and they grew all the way up to the top of the greenhouse. And what you do, he had the spool, the spool that hooks on the cable, and you can let out line. He had hooked to the spool, and once they reached the top of the greenhouse, he did what they call a drop and lean. He went to the end of the row, and he went to the top, and he dropped it down about 2 feet, and then he slid it over to the right. So the plant was coming up this way, and he dropped it like the plant came up, and then he laid it over the stem, and then it went back up again. He did to all the plants. Dude, he had plants that were like 20 feet tall. And I saw another guy's video with an indeterminate in his greenhouse. On one end, he grew it up, and he had a cattle panel across the top flat, and he laid the plant in it. The plant grew up, laid on the cattle panel, grew all the way down the length of this greenhouse, and tomatoes were hanging down like an apple tree. It looked like a damn tomato tree. That's why I'm
Rich, Gardner Josh just said it, and I was gonna mention Roots and Refuge Farms has
Roots and
awesome videos.
Yeah, their Roots and Refuge are awesome. MHP Gardner is badass. If you ain't watched him, MHP Gardner is good. Roots and Refuge is good. There's several good ones out there. I like watching MHP Gardner because he has his property in an area of South Carolina that's very low income, and he grows probably 50% of his stuff, and he gives it away to the community. But he grows in soil, grows in hydroponics, and he's got some of the most, if you ain't watched his videos, man, he's got some of the most badass beefsteak tomatoes you've ever seen in your life. I mean, I
seen a couple of videos on them dome they use with cattle panels, and it's just like a walkthrough, man. They had the planters on each side of them going down. Then they had these cattle panels that come up into a dome. Yeah, and they were growing cucumbers, tomatoes.
Just pulling stuff down.
You just walk through and pull stuff down.
Just pulling stuff down. Yep.
They done it with watermelons. This one video I seen, this guy did it with watermelons, and he was using pantyhose to give it support, and he would take and wrap the pantyhose around the watermelon when it started because the watermelon, because the pantyhose will stretch.
Yeah.
As the watermelon grows bigger, and it just, he'd just tie that pantyhose up to the top to give that watermelon support, and that sucker just sit there and grow. And dude, it was cool as I was like, damn, man, it's some good idea.
There's a company that makes those. Actually, I think they're called fruit nets or fruit bags or something.
Yeah,
it's a company that makes some bags. The holes are a little bit bigger than pantyhose, but they make them. And now they even do designer ones where you can take your watermelon and you can put it in a mold. You can grow like a square watermelon. or a watermelon in the shape of a heart and all this crazy stuff because the fruit just conforms to the inside of it. But like you can get like a perfectly square watermelon. It's crazy. Like I don't even know who would come up with that idea.
Yeah, I don't either. Well, looks like you hear that thunder?
Yep, I do.
It's
Hey, Kim Treadway, Waterwell guy, what's going on?
hey, Kim Treadway, Waterwell guy. What's happening? What's happening?
Sounds like he's close to you, talking about a storm.
I believe Waterwell guy's in Arkansas or somewhere right here about Arkansas. I was thinking. I was trying to watch this storm here. Boy, I mean, like it's just staying north of me. I mean, just you can see it. It'll start to drop down, then it pulls back up. It drops down, pulls back up.
Maybe you'll get lucky.
Yeah, we're supposed to get rain and storms all day. So it's going to be.
See,
That's.
We did that in high school as an FFA challenge. We did square watermelon.
Huh.
The only cool part about it is they're easy to cut. Like they're like legit so easy to cut. They're perfect square. I mean, man, coming down. You're muted. Yes. You're muted. We can't hear you. You're muted.
I know. I was trying to mute it because of how loud it is. Y'all hear that?
Sounds kind of cool, actually. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Waterwell guy says he's just west of you. He's in.
Make it.
I love rain on a tin roof. Thanks, JH56. I appreciate that. I'm glad you found us too. Trying to read up on the chat here. Yeah. Yeah, you're fixing to get wet. You're fixing to get real wet. It's not that bad.
Boy.
Yeah, it is. All right, guys. I probably ain't gonna be on here too much longer. I'm gonna get some sleep. I want to get some stuff done in the yard tomorrow. But just as a reminder, make sure you guys tune in Friday night at 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern on my channel here on my channel. And then part 2 of Prep Rally will be tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern on Backwoods and Prepping's channel. So every Friday and Saturday at my channel, his channel, for Prep Rally. This week, tonight, we are going to be doing rainwater collection, rainwater storage, pretty much anything to do with rainwater and water in general. And it's Saturday night on his channel, I believe we are doing hand signals. So it's gonna be a good week. Friday night will be rainwater collection, examples of how to build a system and utilize it, how to store your water, purify your water, and then Saturday ways on how to communicate with the people in your mag, the people in your family, the people in your house. When you can also what we're saying if they're using hand signals. Thank you, Cashew. Appreciate that. Cashew put up there for you guys. Backwoods, can you hear?
What? Starting to calm down for a second.
Yeah, I was just telling everybody about Friday and Saturday. What we got going on. Can you hear me when I'm talking, or?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I was just letting everybody know that. Yeah, I was just letting everybody know Friday we're going to do water. Saturday it's going to be hand signals.
Right. I'm just watching this one little part, man. It's kind of almost, if I can. Yeah,
I saw it, that little hook.
That? Yeah, that right there.
That little hook, that's going to get you.
Yeah, that's what I'm watching.
Yeah.
It's just kind of got a little bit of a hook in it, not much, but
yeah. Well, now you know next Wednesday we'll talk about that back screen or backstage. I was just letting everybody know I'm probably going to go ahead and call it a night. We're down to 38 subs. We've been going for like almost 5 hours. So I'm probably going to call it. I'm going to shut the broadcast down, guys. Thank you for joining in, and thank you for listening to us rant all night long. I appreciate it. We will see you next week. Next Wednesday, same time, same channel, unless I post an update that says we may shift it to Tuesday. We'll see. Other than that, we'll see you Friday night and Saturday night, 10 p.m. My channel on Friday, Backwoods channel on Saturday at 10 o'clock. Friday is going to be rainwater harvesting and anything to do with rainwater and water in general. And Saturday will be hand signals. Look forward to seeing you guys there. Thanks for stopping by. If you hadn't subscribed, do it to my channel and his, or I will put a voodoo curse on you, and we will move forward from there. Other than that, thanks for stopping in. You guys have a good night. Backwoods, you got anything you want to say?
No, man. Just thank you for bringing me up on here, man. And thank y'all, everybody in the chat and everybody that watches this or listens, man. Just thank y'all so much. It means a lot to us. It really does.
Yes, it does. All right, we'll see you guys next week. Y'all have a good night.